Testing, testing. Testing. Okay. We right to go, Wendy? We're good to go? Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council for the 18th of February 2025. This meeting is open to the public. Thank you, and acknowledging everybody who is in the gallery with us today. And will also be live streamed, so welcome to everybody who's online. I acknowledge Acting CEO Nick, and we're also very grateful for the work of Wendy and Lachlan over there who help us get through these meetings. We're joined online by Mayor Jeff. Mayor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks. Councillor Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
So I open the meeting, and I would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarawar peoples, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. It's a reminder of our values here at Toowoomba Regional Council: accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. Moving to item number 2 on the agenda, reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. We have none today. We move on to item number 3, attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. We've got a few here. In terms of apologies, there is a resolution required. I haven't been advised of any apologies. Are there any that wish to be raised now? No? We have no leaves of absence to note. There is a request to grant a leave of absence. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That I be granted a leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 12th of March. I note there is a resolution to move those later, but should that not be successful, I request a leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 12th of March due to attending the Local Government Association of Queensland's Civic Leaders Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. And yes, as you say, noting that later in the agenda we do have an item that relates to this. Do I have a mover for Councillor Carol Taylor? Thank you. Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Motion is carried. We also have a similar granting of leave of absence, which we require a resolution for the Mayor. Mayor, over to you, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is exactly the same as Councillor Carroll's. I just don't have the wording in front of me, just from a technology perspective, but Wendy did circulate that, so I'm comfortable with that wording being up on the screen, and that would be the same for the same reasons.
Thanks very much. So that motion, Mayor, to assist is that Councillor Jeff McDonald be granted leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 12th of March 2025 due to his attendance at the Local Government Association of Queensland Civic Leaders Summit. Do I have a mover? Councillor Taylor, a seconder, Councillor O'Shea. All of those in favour? That is carried. That was Councillor Carol Taylor. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, Chair. Just assuming that what is I understood to be foreshadowed, that the date be changed to the Monday, I'll be unavailable on that day, and I'm just wondering whether I should be seeking leave now in anticipation of that happening, or seek leave subsequently.
Yeah, that was, I think, perhaps just to err on the side of caution. If you seek leave and then you don't need it, at least it's been sought and approved by the council, if you'd like to do that, Councillor.
Yeah, no, if I could seek leave on that alternative date, the Monday, if in fact it becomes the date of the committee hearing, for the similar reasons given by Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. I'm just going to check, because my understanding was that we weren't moving it to the Monday. We're actually just going to the Tuesday afternoon. So if we look at 12.1, the motion that will be considered is that the meeting scheduled for the 12th of March be held on Tuesday the 11th of March, and that, yeah, that's for both of them. So is the Tuesday 11th of March something that you also need to seek a leave of absence for, Councillor? Because if it's just the Monday, we won't need to. Okay, thanks, councillor. Similarly, I will also request a leave of absence, that I be granted a leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 12th of March 2025 due to my attendance at the Local Government Association of Queensland Civic Leaders Summit. May I call for a mover for that motion? Councillor James, a seconder, Councillor Tim. All those in favour? Thank you, that's carried. We move on to the declarations. I have a declaration pertaining to Councillor Gardner. Apologies, Councillor Gardner. I also just saw Councillor Carl's arm here. Councillor Carl?
Madam Chair, just as a precaution, I'm not sure whether there's a bit of confusion about dates. I'd like to request a leave of absence potentially. I don't think the one's on tomorrow, the 19th, but it's unclear about the 26th special meeting of council. Leave of absence for those two, if required.
Okay. I don't believe we've got a special meeting on the 26th. No, we don't. Just confirming that. So there's no special meeting scheduled for the 26th.
Or tomorrow.
No,
Yep, okay.
nor tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carl. Back to you, Councillor Gardner.
I don't know if I need to apply for leave of absence from the 4th to the 7th of March.
Thanks, Councillor. We just will check what, if any. So we'll have the Audit and Risk Committee on the 5th of March and the special meeting on the 5th as well. Okay. So Councillor Gardner is requesting leave of absence for the 5th of March.
4th, I think, to the 6th.
4th to the 7th of March, okay? Including the meetings that fall in those dates.
Yep.
A motion to accept that leave of absence, Councillor Manteifel, a seconder. Councillor McMahon, all of those who are in favour. That is carried. Any more leaves of absence that we need to consider? Thank you, councillors. Okay, Councillor Gardner, your declaration of prescribed conflict of interest, please.
Matters of which notice has been given the Toowoomba Aerodrome. I inform this meeting of prescribed conflict of interest. This matter as defined in section 150 EI of the Local Government Act 2009. Nature of my interest is as follows. FK Gunner and Sons currently host a lease with Toowoomba Regional Council on lot 457 on RP 883156. In accordance with section 150 EM of the Local Government Act 2009, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, thank you, councillor. I also have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 13.4. Matters for which notice has been given the Toowoomba Aerodrome. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. And the nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because Pimatex currently holds 2 leases with Toowoomba Regional Council, lot 457 on RP 883156. Pimatex is owned by family members. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Councillors, are there any other declarations that you'd like to raise at this point? If not, and if something comes up during the course of the meeting, we can advise each other at that stage. So item number 4, confirmation of minutes. This is for the council, on the 21st of January 2025. Now, Councillor Gardner was absent from this meeting, and there is an item in section 13.12 that relates to minutes, but that pertains to the December minutes. So we are at liberty to discuss and consider those ordinary meeting minutes from January now. So Councillor Gardner was absent. The motion that is before us for that confirmation of minutes is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated the 21st of January 2025 be confirmed. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Shea, a seconder, Councillor Manteifel. All those in favour? Those are accepted. Item number 5, business arising out of minutes of previous meeting. Is there anything that anyone wishes to raise in relation to that? No. Item number 6, the presentation of petitions. I haven't been advised that we have any petitions. Does a councillor wish to bring forward any petitions this morning? Okay. Number 7, business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without a notice, a mayoral minute. I haven't been advised that the Mayor wishes to do so, but Mayor, do you wish to raise a mayoral minute?
Thanks very much, Chair. No, I haven't, but I might just note at this point, while I have got the floor, that when I vote, and Wendy will check this, I'll just use my little hand emblem on the bottom so
Thanks.
that my vote's recorded and it's recorded. But there's no mayoral minute. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Mayor. We move on to item number 8, the reception and consideration of committee reports. So first up, we've got the Planning and Development Committee, 8.1. There were 3 items in this committee report. Does a councillor wish to pull out any of those items for consideration? If not, yes, we do.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Taylor?
Chair. Can I pull out for discussion, please, item 3 of the committee meeting of the 12th of the 2nd, 25, Environment and Community? Thank you.
I might just hold us until we get to the Environment and
Right, thank you.
Committee. This is for the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you. So we've got a motion that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated the 11th of February 2025, that might need to be changed, Wendy, on my notes, be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. I have Councillor McMahon moving that, a seconder, Councillor Shine. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 8.2, the Water and Waste Committee. There is one item for consideration. It was a confidential report on the waste facility operational services tender. Does anyone wish to pull that item out? If not, may I have a mover for the motion that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated the 11th of February 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Councillor Melissa Taylor, a seconder please. Councillor Carl, all of those in favour? That is carried. Okay, so item 8.3, the Infrastructure Committee. There are 2 items for consideration in this. Items number 3 and 5, local traffic issues and the Regional Active and Public Transport Advisory Committee. My understanding is that Councillor Manteuffel, you wish to separate those items and pull them out?
Yes, I do wish to separate the 2 totally different items, and I think there's interest in either item in different ways around the room. So yeah, if that's possible,
Sure,
we
thank
could
you.
do that. And
I also note that there is a new attachment for item number 3, the local traffic issues, because the Transmax report is being made public. So what we'll do is we'll deal in the first instance with the traffic signals. Okay, so Wendy, what we might do is, if we deal with the Infrastructure Committee report with the exception of the local traffic issues. Okay, so councillors, there would be a motion that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated the 11th of February 2025 be received, and with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. Yeah, please, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Just regarding the Transmax report, was confidential in our committees and now has been released. Is there an officer who might be able to talk me through the changes and why we've made these changes, when and how?
Sounds good, but what we might do in the first instance is just deal with the body of the committee report and that the advisory committee, and then we can go back to deal specifically with item number 3 on the traffic issues.
Thank you.
Okay, so and we've got General Manager Mike here to answer your question shortly, Councillor. All right, so the first motion then is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated the 11th of February 2025 be received, and with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Taylor, a seconder, Councillor Farquhar. All those in Carol Taylor. A seconder and Councillor Farquhar. All those in favour? That is carried. So then we move on to item number 3 that was in that report, the local traffic issues. Traffic signals at the intersection of Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street in East Toowoomba. So, GM Mike, would you like to come up? There is a new document that is attached as attachment number 5. That Transmax report, technical note, Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street review, January 2025. That attachment has been emailed to all councillors. Mike, would you wish to, I think Councillor McMahon, did you want to ask General Manager Brady your question?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mike. So we had the report in confidential during the committee meetings. We've now received new advice that it's been made public. Can I inquire as to what changed to that report? Was it a summarised version? Was the confidential taken out? I think the public would like to know. Thank you, Mike.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for that query. As requested last week from Councillor Melissa Taylor, we took that request and approached Transmax about the report going in the public realm, and they gave their concurrence to that. There was a couple of minor changes. The photo on the front was changed, as councillors would see, and basically the rest of the reports as was tabled as confidential attachment last week. As I explained to council last week, we didn't have the permission of the authors at that point in time to make that report available in the public realm. Subsequently, we've got that permission, and as requested by council, it's now available.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, for your work and for doing that. I just suppose as a comment that there is significant interest from, my opinion, councillors in this room and the general public for as little as possible to be in confidential, and so I appreciate that happening now and in future. Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate the work that you did after my request of bringing this out of confidential. And also, I note that they've also changed the photo from a Brisbane photo to Toowoomba photo. So thank you. I think it's really important that the community see the information as much as possible as to what we see, and hopefully that having that information into the public arena allays some confidence in the report that has been presented and upon the decisions that we're making here in Council. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillors, any questions before we consider the vote on this? Councillor Manteifel.
Okay. I'm still getting emails regarding residents in the area. I'm still getting phone calls regarding the whole situation at the Mackenzie Margaret Street lights. We seem to be, in my opinion, and some of the public, patching holes, and it keeps going. Now getting complaints from Lindsay Street. How far is that going to go down? Is it going to go down to end up going down to the city? I don't know. I wasn't here when the decision was made back in the last term. If I had my way, I would have just put a concrete strip up the middle of that little thing and no right-hand turn. Yes, I believe there were 3 cyclists injured at that corner, I've been told. I've got friends who are cyclists, so their safety is paramount. I even believe GM Mike is a cyclist, so hey, they're out there and it's a form of travelling around the city and region now. Is this going to be a continuing thing that comes to council for every few months, every 6 months, every 12 months with that? Going back to when the decision was made, a black spot, yes, I'm fully aware it's not only where people die, so to speak. It is where people get injured, but surely across Toowoomba and our region, when this decision was made, there would have been areas that people have actually died. I can name one, Acton Vale Stud Road. Why wasn't that considered? But I guess we've progressed so far down the track now that what's going to be the end result? Does everybody have to put up with it? We have to continue with complaints? Or do we, even though the report there all comes up great and well, but you can make any report look good if you need to. I would be happily to eliminate the lights, put a concrete strip up there, no right-hand turn, and go from there. My opinion, and several in the area. I do live in that area. Is that a conflict of interest in this place? God only knows. And I don't use Mackenzie. I do use Margaret leaving Toowoomba. But yeah, it's going to be an ongoing issue. We just seem to be plugging holes, changing stop signs, give way signs. But that's just my spiel and concerns of the residents in that area, and it seems to be getting wider and wider and wider, right over to Bridge Street. But yeah, as a councillor, I do have to represent the people in the area and the region, so just letting everyone know.
Okay, thanks, councillor. So I've got two questions in that from you that I think the General Manager would consider responding to, which is that wider and wider impact, and is there an expectation that this continues to come back to us over time because the complaints and concerns from the community haven't stopped? And also on the black spot funding decision making, you have raised a potential declarable conflict of interest. Would you like to formalise that, Councillor Manteuffel?
Okay, I live in Stirling Street, which is right down near Mother's Memorial. I call it Lower East Toowoomba. So it is a fair distance away. I don't use that road regularly, street regularly. It's only when probably I either have to go up to St Vincent's Hospital, and I usually go Harry Street way, or when I'm leaving Toowoomba to go Brisbane, it's either Margaret or Harry. So I wouldn't to say it's a huge declarable interest, but how far do you take a declarable interest?
Okay, did you want to raise it with your colleagues and test the room?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay, thanks. And I'll just make a note that we try to be really careful with our personal information in this room, councillor. So I hope and trust that we will try to do so and respect everybody's security, I suppose. So
Okay, well,
it's hard to do in these matters.
fortunately or unfortunately, my address was all over my signs when I was doing my campaign, and I didn't have any issues yet.
Okay, so Councillor Manteuffel would like to test the room regarding a declarable conflict of interest in this matter because of his residential address. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Madam Chair, I'll cut to the chase. I think I'm happy to move that the councillor has no conflict in this matter, as he has no more or less to gain than any other resident utilising that road in the world.
Thanks. Thank you. I've got a seconder in Councillor Carol Taylor. Any need to debate? No. Thank you. Councillors, all of those in favour of Councillor O'Shea. Thank you. Mayor, you also, yes, I see your hand up. Thank you. That is carried. Okay, so back to the questions. Thank you, Councillor. We've got two questions there, General Manager, about the path forward, I suppose, and also the decision-making matrix for the black spot funding, if you could.
Thank you, councillors. Look, I suppose when you talk about the problem getting wider, the issue for council is that we've had requests probably on a fortnightly basis for the last, I've been here 14 years, for local area traffic management improvements across our city. Okay, and I can point to streets like Arabian Street over sort of towards Drayton. There's other streets up, North Street, Mackenzie, other streets across to East Toowoomba, Middle Ridge, right across our city. There's been requests. We go back from historically, Toowoomba City Council had a resolution on the books which still sits there today that sort of talked about that council was not in favour of implementing local area traffic management elements into street networks around the city, except by, as it has been over the years by exception, it has been very few and far between that council has sort of dealt with these matters. So I suppose we've got a city that is growing. In respect to, again, in the last 14 years that I've come here, we've put in over 60 sets of traffic lights across this city, half roughly ours, half TMR. So that, that gives you the growth of the schools, the growth of our hospitals, that whole growth impact is what's causing, those issues when we look at intersections and traffic using all sorts of street. We know Lindsay Street has come to council previously, on a number of occasions, and in the last term there was a motion there to see if we could have undertake some works in Lindsay Street, and we actually have information, I think it's for the early April, coming on that Lindsay Street. So those, though it's not that far away, there's all sorts of different reasons and impacts that people are making and concerns being raised about Lindsay Street. For instance, the Saturday markets and those sorts of things, and how traffic and pedestrians interact. In respect to black spots, we flag to council each year. We tend to put up 3 or 4 black spots on average each year that come, and black spots have a very stringent process to be assessed. They look at data, last 5-year data that's available, and that data has a bit of a lag to it. It can be 6 to 12 months old by the time we get that data. And that's used to as an input into the accidents that have happened. And unfortunately, as intersections have the most conflict points, intersections tend to be the main focus, and it also tends to be where we have the most traffic, tends to be where obviously it gets the highest priority. So more traffic tends to bring, unfortunately, more accidents. In respect to rural areas, such as or on the outer skirts of the city, we look at our rural areas when we do black spot submissions, and we look for accident statistical information across our whole region. So it's not just focused on the inner city or anything like that. In regards to the intersection you just mentioned, there's been projects on the books for many years to upgrade the O'Mara Road to Toowoomba Cecil Plains intersection, which also takes in the Acton Vale Stud connection there. And there's probably a need for council probably to raise that matter with the state. Should we see that as one of our key priorities going forward, because those intersections, inverted commas, because they are off the state road, managed and controlled by the state. So there's some opportunities there if we see that as what we wish to do. So.
Thank you. Thanks, General Manager. Councillor Manteifel, anything further for the General Manager?
Not at this stage.
Okay.
But basically, to me, what's happened there, I think from a public's perspective, people living in that area, has been a debacle. That's the word on the ground, so to speak, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor. I've got Councillor O'Shea and then Councillor Carol Taylor, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mike. I think the questions, I suppose, is obviously I think, we've explained sort of the process obviously around black spot and what it's there for. So at the end of the day, anything that's sort of put in, whether it's traffic lights, traffic islands, lanes change, lines on the ground, it's obviously about improving safety, efficiency and obviously travel times. With that, obviously, potentially in this case, we've obviously seen a few issues that have obviously extended further. So absolutely, there is some angst in the community and you have to look at lengths at how much it was debated in this chamber initially. So I guess my question would be, on that attachment that obviously we've got now, the recommendations that sit in that. So from a point of view moving forward, what does that look like? Like I see the recommendations, obviously, well, the first one's pretty obvious around the coordination plans, obviously monitoring of that, but just more so, I suppose, what the ongoing monitoring, what does that mean from, because from a resident's point of view, as we said, there still is concerns and obviously they're stretched to different streets, and that's sort of something that, I think, right back at the start, Deputy Mayor, you sort of raised, obviously, when we first went through this, is, of the issue pushing sort of further on. So what does that ongoing monitoring mean or look like from your point of view moving forward?
Thanks, Councillor. General Manager, and perhaps it might be helpful because members of the public might not have had the opportunity to read those recommendations. In the first instance, to read out the one that Councillor O'Shea is referring to. Thanks. We'll get that up, please. Thanks, Wendy. There we go. So you're referring to the first dot point in particular, Councillor, or all of them?
Yeah, all of them in general, I suppose. Now that this is a public document, just obviously what that means in terms of practically moving forward. What's ongoing monitoring in terms of, is that what is deemed successful, unsuccessful, or practical, not practical, or working, not working from a monitoring point of view.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, in respect to the first up point, we've already have had Transmax on site. So over the last month, they've been there initially a couple of days straight, but now sort of just working with us. And Streams is the system, you might call it the computer system that runs the traffic lights. And Streams is a system that's run not only in Toowoomba, but basically across the whole of Queensland in respect to, except Brisbane, they've got a different system, but that's historical in nature. But from a TMR perspective, they run off Streams. So our system's very much coordinated in with TMR across the city. And so that's particularly at where our different roads intersect. In respect to the benefit, obviously the teams, our team and also Transmax, are working together to try to achieve that 20 to 40 second reduction in cycle length. So that's the time it takes to get right through the different phases. So that works, trying to make the tweaks. Now, that also will depend on the time of day as well. So the lights are being worked with the different program controllers. So they'll match in with the traffic flow to a certain degree through the day. So through our peak hours, we'll try to improve it for then, but also for those quiet periods when people come straight up the lights at midnight at night or not being held up unnecessarily. So seeing that the lights change fairly quickly. And then the coordination plans. The work with the signals is the behaviour, it's quite iterative in nature. So they'll make the changes to see what happens with the traffic over a few days or a couple of weeks, and then make other tweaks as well as necessary to try to get them as optimised as best as they can. So that's the aims of that effort. Further to that, as we brought forward to Council in our report last year, towards the end of last year, we have implemented those a number of changes in Curzon Street, and we said we'd be monitoring those. And in the next couple of months, we said we want to give that a few months to see how the traffic settled down. We'll do some traffic counts again there, and we'll just see how effective that's been. So, as I've said before, when you bring in local area traffic management changes, obviously it does change the behaviours of people. People will notice some change, but I think there has to also be a level of acceptance of growth and impacts in our community in respect to what's happening with the growth of our schools and our hospitals and other facilities around the city.
Councillor?
Yeah, sorry, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, and through you again. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. But I think like the important step for us moving forward, obviously, with this is for the community to have, you know, understanding, clarity, and some confidence in actually what we're doing, why we're doing it. You know, and you mentioned some points around growth and things like that. But I mean, I just think it's it is important, this phase of this recommendation now, of how we follow this through and how we communicate that, and obviously they're just with residents in that area. I would be the last comment I'd make. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, which is why it's so important that this is a public document for the public to be able to consider. And before I go to Councillor Carol Taylor, I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Joe Bannon and also Mr. Angelo Casagrande, who are here and bring their expertise to this as well. So thanks, gentlemen. I've got Councillor Carol Taylor and then Councillor Shine. Your mic might just need to be turned on, Councillor. Is it page 4
I
of 6?
just turned it off, sorry. Page 4 of 6. Down further. No, 4.
That graph there is page 4.
Well, I need the, and I'm just looking at the phone, because that's down further. Down.
Is there a section,
Please,
Councillor?
sorry, can you just keep rolling it down? Just one more thing. No, down. The other way. Well, it's up, but the thing's rolling down. Thank you. I just want to speak to that. That graph,
the
thank
crash
you.
by
That's the crash
day
data.
and time. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, you know, I understand and accept the impacts on people, but I just need to say the road toll for 2025, and I just heard it coming to work this morning, is trending up on last year's figures, which was the worst for over 25 years. And should we forget, each statistic represents a person's life. Black spot funding has been mentioned by the General Manager, is contestable. It's very difficult to get it, and it's not given without strong data supporting it, and all of those dots up there represent a crash. And that would have been put in as part of the application. As we've just heard, the area we have to remember, it's nothing like Glennie. It has large hospitals. It's got the large hospital, Grammar, which is one of the biggest schools, got a primary school there as well, allied health and day surgeries and a kindy. So it is growing, and the traffic there is going to grow. And I just need also to mention here that maybe other councillors haven't been contacted, but I have, with many people who are appreciative of the lights being there, who've got children in wheelchairs, who can safely access the road, women with prams and people with small children, for the safety of pedestrians. And I would think that the safety of pedestrians, our pedestrians, school children and cyclists should be paramount in our minds, and recognising, of course, the impacts on residents, which I believe every effort is being made to lessen those impacts. So I just take our minds back to why black spot funding is there. It's contestable. It's difficult to get it. It's very hard to get it. We've been very fortunate. The reason we're successful is because we don't put it in for something that just jumps into our head, that because there's been a death or something. I mean, we think we're over everything. We're not traffic engineers, and the actual reasons for this obviously stood up in an Australian contestable fund for these lights to have been funded, and that is the reason why. And it's not even, if you look there, those pink bands, it's not even just in school hours. It's actually through the whole day. The big fat dots are the bigger crashes. You can see the legend on the side there. The largest one is 240. And as you go up further, the smaller ones get less. So I think we need to keep this in the front of our mind, and the safety of our community, i.e. the pedestrians, people in wheelchairs, mothers with prams and small children crossing here. This is the only spot in that whole area where they can actually cross with safety. So I'm just asking councillors to keep in their mind why we have them there, why we received the funding for them, because it wasn't easy, and why we still should keep them there and manage the impacts as best we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. There wasn't a question in there as far as I could tell. Okay. Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate your comment about questions and debates at this stage. I'd like to ask a question to the General Manager. Two questions. One is, what would be the cost to the Council of the coordination items that were set out in the previous slide? I don't know if it was up or down, but that there was a fair amount of work to be done by council officers, 10 to 12 hours on one instance, as I recall, and follow up over a 6-month period, and et cetera, et cetera. So I realise this is a question without notice, and I don't expect any exact figure to be given, but some sort of approximation as to what it would cost to implement that program of testing. And secondly, one assumes that there is a cost to operate each set of lights anywhere in the region. There are two additional sets of lights there. What does it cost to operate them in terms of either monitoring their performance, general maintenance, supply of electricity, or whatever else, or whatever other costs are associated with the operation of lights? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and we've brought those recommendations up on the screen there. Thank you. General Manager.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. In respect to the current Transmax engagement, we've spent approximately about $10,000 so far, and we expect over this next 6 months that'll probably be that'll total out at around $15,000 to $20,000. In respect to operation of the signals, I'm happy, probably just the cost of operating sets of signals. Happy to take that question on notice. I don't have that information directly available, but there is an annual cost, obviously, for maintenance and electricity and upgrades of our signals. And obviously council has a budget there, so if you're after a per signal cost, I'd have to have that investigated. Thank you.
Nothing further. Nothing further, Councillor Shine, at this stage? Okay. So I have a little bit of a line now. I've got Councillor Carl, Councillor Menteifel, Councillor McMahon, and I will ask, because this is one that there is intense interest and energy from the councillors about, well, I expect there will be debate, so let's hold the debate for the debate and we'll have the question time now, please. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mine was simply, at the appropriate time, I'm happy to move the recommendation as per the officer's report.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. I do have Councillor Menteifel and Councillor McMahon who I'll go to before we call for a seconder because their hands were in the air. Councillor Menteifel.
Just for clarity, going back to that graph there with all the dots on it, bring it up. It says the crash by time of day, day of week, 2001, 2023 for the Toowoomba region. Is that for the Toowoomba region or is it specific for that intersection? Just for clarity, because it's a little bit ambiguous in my opinion.
It's a good question.
Yeah, no, that graph's for the Toowoomba region. The next graph below is for that intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair, Mike, team. I appreciate you taking this to questions, Chair, because this was confidential in committees. There is a fair bit of public interest in it now that it's been made public. Wendy, may I ask that section 5 of the report be put up please. Yeah, thank you. So that graph there talks about at about 3:20 p.m. is where you should sell your shares maybe. The 160-second cycle length is the top, taken between 10th to 12th of December 2024. Now, we talk about below that same page, as it can be seen, the cycle length can reach up to 160 seconds during the school exit peak. Now, I know there are several schools around that area, Grammar, Fairholme, Toowoomba East. My kids were well and truly finished school by the 10th of December last year, and therefore I'd say that 160 seconds is actually, whilst it's midweek, and I don't know every school and when they finish, but lo and behold, most will finish by 10th of December. Not a typical situation and not in school time. And so if it's 160 seconds top there, and I would propose on an actual school day when all schools are in attendance much higher, the 20 to 40 second reduction that is proposed in the second recommendation of Part 6 probably isn't actually going to help that much. Can I have an answer, please?
That's the segment of time that obviously Transmax has taken into the report to sort of demonstrate what they're trying to achieve across with the signals. And that's why the ongoing monitoring continues. It's not just acceptance of this 2-day period back in December, and that's what we change the lights to fix and go forward. They've shown that more, you might say, as an example of what they found, how to take that peak out, how to that. So they're working now, as I've said, they've been working for the best part of the last month, working with our teams and working through the school periods now. So they're very much taking in the full impact of all schools being back to school in that area, the full workforce being back post, the school holidays and the January holidays. So that's why the ongoing monitoring continues. So don't take it that we take one snapshot in time and that's what we look at and consider when we're looking at an issue such as this. So that was put in from a reporting point of view because we were in quite a rush to get a report here to council for February, as the resolution was. Okay, so we had to get them to work through that pre-Christmas and post-Christmas period the best they could to achieve and give us the best guidance they could up front with the report. That's why we keep monitoring and we'll keep working with Transmax to get the best outcome there.
Anything further,
Thanks
Councillor?
for your question, Mike. This is the report that's been given to us, 2 days of work outside of the school time. So it's up to us for what it's worth, but I've had an answer to my question. Thank you.
Yeah, councillors, you may remember back when we were asked by resolution of council to undertake this work, that this work had to happen through December, January to have a report. And the report had to be nearly written before about the 20th of January. So I think, in all fairness, the staff and the team have done a very good job to get this report through to council today.
Thanks, General Manager. I've got a mover in Councillor Carl and a seconder in Councillor Taylor. I suspect that there will be a desire to go into debate, but we do have a mover and a seconder before us. Can we just get the motion up? And a question, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, Mike, for the report that's been added. Can I just ask a question? The report talks about the accidents, near misses, etc., and that's why we did that's why the black spot funding was received. Since the implementation of the change in traffic signs around East Toowoomba area, I've been notified by several community members that there have been several accidents since then. Are we monitoring, because I'm aware of 3 at least, since these lights were put in, and also since the change in the stop signs, etc. Are we monitoring those accidents and looking at the implications of these new traffic signs, etc.?
Thanks. General Manager.
Yeah, look, I'll have to take that question on notice. The statistical information tends to lag that becomes available for us. So anything from 6 to 12 months, it can be behind for the data sets and that we can get access to. So, yeah, I'll just have to take that on notice for the moment.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, thanks. Nothing further, Councillor Taylor? No. So, councillors, we've got a motion before us that Council 1 note the implementation of improvements to the signal phasing with the aim of optimising traffic signal cycle times at the intersection of Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street, East Toowoomba, in accordance with Attachment 5, Transmax Report Technical Note, Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street Review, January 2025. And Part 2 does not support operating the intersection at Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street, East Toowoomba, with non-functioning traffic signals. I'm going to move in Councillor Carl, a seconder in Councillor Carol Taylor. Any need for debate? Councillor James, you wish to go into debate?
Seek guidance, not necessarily debate, but I would like to move an amendment to the motion, potentially. I'd like to raise an amendment, like adding I want to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. An amendment to the motion when it is live before us. CEO, do we consider the live motion now with a mover and a seconder? Or do you wish to put forward your amendment, Councillor O'Shea?
If you give me permission.
I'm just trying to think that through.
That's why I said I apologise. I said I seek guidance. Well, I'll speak and feel free to close me down if need be.
What I might do, Councillor, is ask for a foreshadowed motion, because we do have a live motion on the books here with a mover and a seconder. If you wish to foreshadow a motion,
in
please.
your hands,
please,
Chair. If that's so, I would like to, and I'll need some help wordsmithing this. Essentially, what my foreshadowed motion would be, what is there, but in item 3, basically saying, just based on what I heard before from GM Brady, was around obviously that because I know they already are, that the recommendations in that report be implemented and a report to come back with the findings, and I'm in your hands as to what the time frame with that would be. The only reason I say that is because there's some clear recommendations that are listed in there, and Mike, you mentioned that they are being implemented, but as I said before, I think it's with this ongoing issue and the way that it's sitting, the importance around reporting back and giving the community some confidence, clarity and understanding of what's happening is important. So I'm in your hands in regards to the time frame of that. That's just where as I said, I'm comfortable with 1 and 2, but wondering if that the recommendations from said report be implemented and a report back to council or something along those lines.
Thank you. So the difference, I suppose, is that it's still consistent with the intent of the motion, and that there would be a report back is basically the nub of the foreshadowed amendment. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, so I've had advice from the CEO that we can actually, if you have a seconder to that amendment, then that becomes the motion that is being considered. So Councillor Melissa Taylor is seconding the amended motion, which is now in 3 parts. And the part 3 then is that Council receive a report regarding the implementation of the recommendations contained, you're referring to the recommendations contained in Attachment 5 Transmax report? It is. So we might just copy that and move it down, please, Wendy, just for completeness. And thank you. And I believe I've got the Mayor with his hand raised. Mayor, we'll go to you, please.
Thanks, Thanks very much, Chair. Look, there's two ways to deal with this now. The first way is, as you've discussed, which is an amendment. You need to vote on the amendment first. So you need a mover and a seconder. You vote on the amendment. If that amendment's lost, it goes back to the first motion that's already been moved and seconded. If the amendment is won, then it becomes the motion, and then you vote on the motion. So the first you'll do here is to vote on the amendment only, not on the full motion.
Thanks very much for that, Mayor. So we do have a mover and a seconder for the amendment. The council received that report regarding the implementation of the recommendations contained in Attachment 5, Transmax report. And you've got a hanging cursor there, Wendy, indicating potentially a time frame to be put on that. As a mover, Councillor O'Shea, do you wish to put a time frame on that, or will you take advice from the General Manager?
The second option, please, Madam Chair. I'd take advice. I think it's important that we put a date on it, but I'd be curious to understand from the officer's point of view what's a sufficient time frame, obviously, to monitor and and so forth to report back.
Thank you.
No, I think we probably need to be reasonable about 6 months to actually say probably back to council and say by September, if that's satisfactory.
You're comfortable with that as the mover, Councillor O'Shea, and Councillor Melissa Taylor as the seconder. You're also comfortable with that September 2025 timeframe?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Particularly regarding the comments made by General Manager Mike re the lag of data. So hopefully that then can be
Removes
incorporated.
that. Okay, thank you. All right, so councillors, we will initially vote on that amendment. Is there any need to debate that? If not, we have a mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is carried. And the Mayor also has his hand raised. So that motion is carried for the amendment. Now we consider the entirety of the motion, parts 1, 2 and 3, so that Part 1, we note the implementation of improvements. We'll just get it up on the screen here. Thank you, Wendy. Thanks. So we note the implementation of improvements to the signal phasing with the aim of optimising traffic signal cycle times at the intersection of Margaret and Mackenzie Streets. Then we're in accordance with Attachment 5. Number 2 does not support operating the intersection of Margaret and Mackenzie Streets, East Toowoomba with non-functioning traffic signals. And Part 3, the Council receive a report regarding the implementation of the recommendations contained in Attachment 5, Transmax Report, Technical Note, Margaret Street and Mackenzie Street Review, January 2025 by September 2025. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Any need to move into debate? Councillor Manteifel. So we will initially call for Councillor Carol Taylor. Would you like to begin debate as the mover?
Chair, I think most of it, as it's been said, we need to listen to the professionals on these matters. The black spot funding is not given out for no reason. It's a federal fund, contestable, difficult to get it. And the reason the lights were put at this intersection was because of the vulnerable users that need to get across Margaret Street. I think that we can I think most of has been said over the last couple of months in workshops and other things. I strongly support the operation of these lights. I do support the work the teams are doing to optimise those lights and to try to ameliorate the impacts that are on the residents. So the motion is as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Manteifel.
Thank you. Obviously, that three-part motion, there's lots of yeses and nos in the whole three parts. Yes, there's bits I agree with, there's bits I don't agree with. But as I said initially, this is just going to keep coming back and back and back.
Thanks. Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Councillors, I'd suggest to you that this isn't an isolated incident, and the General Manager has probably articulated that very well. It's called growth and change. It's an obvious issue that we will deal with as a growing city. Can I ask us to reflect on the importance of considering our growth fronts into the future and traffic movements that will definitely impact existing residential areas in the city? It is inevitable. So therefore we need to be mindful how we apply ourselves to our growth fronts and how that we accommodate traffic into the future. This is the tail end of planning. So for me, I'm comfortable that the officers and qualified traffic planners have done their due diligence. I'm not confident to put myself in the position of standing against a professional opinion in which road safety is an issue, particularly in this instant. I've challenged opinions before in the area of traffic management. However, on balance, I think that this is an inevitable situation we find ourselves in. The other thing to note is we can continue to be a car-oriented city and give pedestrians, people with a disability, young children, school children, a second pecking order when crossing a road. Traffic lights, as I concur or agree with the traffic planners, is probably the best solution for this area, not a centre strip that motorists can drive unhindered through that intersection and sometimes at speed. So I think we need to heed the statistics, the professional advice, and I think we need to be cognizant of the fact of how we apply our minds in the future of what happens where with growth fronts. I can cite numbers of instances. If you think this one's going to be a big one, I can cite numbers of instances right now where new developments are happening and the traffic is potentially horrendous on existing road network. And that's called growth. So we need to manage it. And this is the best solution in my view.
Thanks, Councillor. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. I've expressed my concerns about these two sets of lights right from the beginning, and my view hasn't changed, notwithstanding the extensive reports that we've received in the meantime. I appreciate that traffic will increase. It's obvious as the city's population increases, etc. The addition of two extra sets of lights in Margaret Street will only compound the traffic problems. It creates two additional reasons that traffic has to stop. Margaret Street is, if not the most prominent access to the city and egress from it, that it's certainly close to it, and certainly from a tourist point of view, one of the nicest streets to transit on. The addition of these two sets of lights adds a enormous irritation, I would have thought, to drivers of vehicles both going up and down Margaret Street. And rather than add to the safety of the travelling public, I think it would, the irritation and aggravation and confusion of people having to stop at one set of lights and seeing green lights a few metres down the track will cause more accidents than than has been experienced there in the past. So from my point of view, the Margaret Street already has a set of lights a few hundred yards down the hill at Mary Street. People can access that by way of pedestrian crossing quite safely. The suggestion by Councillor Trevor was that the solution to the issue could have been addressed fairly cheaply by having a no right turn sign on in Mackenzie Street, both sides of Margaret Street, and perhaps a division in the road. That, to my inexpert knowledge, would have been a much cheaper solution to the problem. We've had it confirmed from the General Manager today that the cost of the monitoring of the coordination, I think is the word, of the lights over the next few months will be $15,000 to $20,000, and all up around about $30,000, possible $30,000 for that to be undertaken. So there's additional cost there. We don't know at this stage what the cost of operating the lights will be forever, but everything comes at a cost, and as opposed to the maintenance of a no right-hand turn sign, it just wouldn't compare. The aggravation that's caused not just to the people living at Curzon Street and in East Toowoomba, but the people who use Margaret Street to go to and from that side of town has been, in my experience, been uniformly angry, really, about what has happened. I haven't struck that in my time on council or my time as a resident of Toowoomba. And whilst it would be embarrassing to have to pull the lights down again, and it might put us in a bad light with black spot people, sometimes you have to make difficult decisions, and I think this is one of them. So accordingly, I oppose the motion or anything supportive of the continued existence of these sets of lights.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shine. I've got speaker 4, and I saw Councillor O'Shea just moments before Councillor McMahon. So, Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Councillor Shine. I appreciate, obviously, the point of view that you've put forward. But I think all of the reasons that you put forward and all of the concerns that you raised and all of the possibilities that you raised is exactly why I was in favour of adding item 3 into that. What the third part of this motion does is it actually gives it an action. So initially, obviously, it was just that we note the implementation and obviously not supporting of the the second, but this third part at least sort of gives it an opportunity where it was saying it will be continuously monitored, because anything new that comes in, it takes a bit of time. And I mean, the only thing that we can use to make informed decisions is around data. So between now and September, obviously we're going to receive that, and through those recommendations, that report being implemented around the changes there, as we've mentioned there with the stream, the changes we mentioned, or sorry, the ongoing monitoring of the sites, the key part to this. Because what this is about, obviously, is one, we've heard the reasonings with black spot funding, and I think we know black spot funding is, to be honest, it's extremely difficult to get, and the actual criteria that it meets. So we've sort of understood that. However, contrary to that, obviously, yes, we've sort of seen the other issues that the implementation of this has potentially caused in other parts around that area. So this is our opportunity to say to the community, look, yes, we've heard the feedback and obviously understand the concerns around it. The amount of debate that's been around this shows, obviously, the amount that council wants to get this right. And by saying, okay, we're going to implement these recommendations that have been put forward, obviously through that attachment. We're going to monitor it and we're going to report back what it looks like in September. And to Councillor Shine's point, who knows? In September, it might be at a point where we say, yeah, pull them out or put a, whatever there. That's what data helps us to receive an outcome for. So, I mean, I think I share a lot of the concerns that everyone around this table and this community has had in regards to this situation as to what it is. But by having this third item of this motion there, I hope that it gives the community confidence to know that it's going to be monitored and it's going to be looked at so that we can see exactly how things react over this period of time, and then the opportunity post that and with what information that comes back, we are actually informed to make a decision, one based on the technical officer's report that they've put forward, the submissions through black spot funding, community input, and importantly, again, data of the monitoring of the situation. So that's why I added the third part, and I'm in favour of the motion as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Manteifel, you've already had a go, so we need a new speaker against. I'm sorry. If the motion is not successful, you're in a position to move an alternate motion, Councillor. So you will have an opportunity.
I was just going to clarify something, but
Okay, thank you. Any speakers against? If not, Councillor Taylor, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I would. I have to say, Councillor Shine, this is one set of lights we're talking about here. The Mary and Margaret Street lights have been in situ for many years, and actually a child has been hit on that crossing there, which instigated the filters being removed on that lights and the red arrows being put there. Fortunately, there was no serious injury. Road safety for drivers and vulnerable pedestrian users, children and the like, is part of our responsibility, and I think councillors need to consider that as well. And perhaps we need to get someone like Russell White to come and speak to us from the Australian Road Safety Council Association, because I think, we're not traffic engineers, and neither is the public. And we have specialised consultants who have come up with a way forward here. I voted against the amendment because this is just going to go round and round in a circle. There are other areas of our city where, as Councillor Carl has mentioned, there's growth that's very, very, it's happening very quickly. And I mentioned Ramsay, South Street and others down that way, which have lights, and we still have the congestion and we still have the issues of traffic and pedestrians together. And as a matter of fact, when Darling Heights School comes out, you just have to stop, regardless of what the lights say. Black spot funding has been mentioned. It's funded by the federal government under the with advice from the National Road Safety Strategy, which was a total national document that all states participated in. And all I'll say is lives matter. All lives matter. And we have had professional advice. The contestable fund for the black spot funding says by allowing those funds to be put into lights here, it says that we have an issue on that intersection. And I think that, yes, we can manage the impacts of it, but we need to keep the lights there. And any suggestion that they're not there, I have to say, would put road safety right at the bottom of our considerations. I support these lights being there. I support them staying there. And I think that we can manage the impacts as best we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I'll close the debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Carol Taylor and a seconder in Councillor... sorry, apologies. We've got a mover in Councillor Bill... Is it? Yeah.
Ordinarily, the mover of the amendment would become the mover of the motion. So mover and seconder of the amendment.
Okay, so we actually have Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Melissa as the seconder. Well, I have really stuffed that up then because I've allowed Councillor Taylor to sum up.
And that's okay. We can Councillor Carroll as mover and Melissa as seconders.
Okay, so can we just get clarification, pardon me, on the mover and seconder of this acting CEO?
So we've recorded Councillor Carol Taylor as the mover and Councillor Melissa Taylor as the seconder.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote on this. All of those who are in favour? All of those who are opposed? Now we'll go to a division because we did have a declaration and we've got the Mayor online as well. So can we just see those hands again? All of those who are in favour? Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Gardner, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon, Councillor O'Shea, the Mayor and myself. Those opposed, Councillor Manteifel and Councillor Shine. All right. Thanks very much, councillors. Thank you, General Manager and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'm going to push ahead, councillors, because I think we can get through the committee reports before we break for morning tea. I am the optimist, and we'll move on to item 8.4. This is the Environment and Community Committee. There was one item for consideration, the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers 2024 event report, and Councillor Carol Taylor, you wish to discuss
Thank you,
this?
Madam Chair. I do. I only wish to pull it out. Thank you.
Okay, so we will pull out that report. Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Taylor, is there a question or what would you like to discuss? Would you mind just popping your mic on?
I want to talk about it. Thank you. I missed the committee meeting through being unwell, and I do want to air it and talk about it. Thank you. Because at the moment,
To move.
it is just a recommendation to receive, and that gives us no clarity on going forward on the Food and Wine Festival.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor. So the motion that is before us is that Council note the 2024 Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers event report in attachment 1. I have a mover in Councillor O'Shea and a seconder in Councillor McMahon. There is a desire to go into debate. So Councillor O'Shea, over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll reserve my right to sum up.
Thank you. Councillor Carol Taylor, do you wish to speak against the motion?
Look, I think that attendances, we're looking at Carnival. It's our jewel in the crown, and I actually thank all staff for their work on this. Wonderful work with a small team. So it's nothing against anything like that. I just think the fact is we're rebuilding after COVID, which was 2020. Attendance is going up. 2024, 470,000, 600's mentioned. 2019, 294. If you break down the attendance by age group at the Food and Wine Festival, you will find that the 18 to 24-year-olds are almost 25% of the attendees, and the 25 to 34-year-olds are over 30%. So together, they're 55% of the attendees. And if you add the 35 to 44s, then you've got 70% of the attendees. Reason I mention this, the Food and Wine event brings over 30% of its attendees from outside our Toowoomba Regional Council area. There is no other event, including the flagged one, during Carnival that attracts this cohort to Carnival, and they are our Carnival attendees of the future. No Carnival event breaks even with cost. The parade wouldn't, nothing does. Live music all over Australia, perhaps the world, I don't know, but is struggling to survive. And whether it's a headlined act from away or our local bands and artists, they're all struggling to find to showcase their abilities. In days past, local bands and musicians filled the day spots, and they were very good. We even had the college bands, which were amazing. They are amazing, and they filled the day spots. And I used to stay and sit there for most of the afternoon listening to them. Anything associated with our carnival, and we all know this in Toowoomba, is dependent for its success on fine weather. Now, I have to also state that I was unable to attend carnival last year because I was in hospital having surgery. In recent years, there hasn't been a family section of food stalls at the carnival. You can't go with a family and go and buy an ice cream or a milkshake. And even if you want a soft drink, you have to go to one of the wine stalls or the food stalls to go and get it. And there used to be a little area down in the corner where there was a chip stall where families could afford to take their children to buy just cheap everyday food. There's no ability with the receival of this report, and it's the reason I've pulled it out, to make comment on the Food and Wine Festival, to keep it or not to keep it. My granddaughter has brought 10 friends to this carnival 4 times from Brisbane. They've come before COVID, they haven't come back since, but they brought 10 friends. That's motels and everything else, and that's just one person. And I just think that by receiving this report, we're ensuring the demise of the Food and Wine Festival, because by the time we sit and wait, it'll be too late to be organising it. I love it. I have to admit I love it, and I go to it most years for at least 2 days. Success relies on great bands, and we haven't really succeeded in that. I know the cost comes, they come at a cost, and it's becoming increasingly harder to get it, but we have some great bands and some great artists locally as well. Good weather and supporting displays and workshops, i.e. like the food, the cooking and gardening displays, which are difficult to get, I know, it costs money, but I think that builds on the event, particularly for the daytime. I vote for the Food and Wine for at least 1 more year, and I'd ask us to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker 4, I've got Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. This report is for noting the 75th Carnival of Flowers with 82 events, $35.7 million in gross expenditure, up 19%, 204,608 people walking through Queen's Park, and a total of 470,600 people who totally attended the festival, up a delightful 12%. Chair, thank you for the privilege of being able to second the report of noting such momentous event.
Thank you, Councillor. Any speakers against? If not, I'll pass to Councillor O'Shea to sum up.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Councillor Carroll, for your points. And I think, again, just to reiterate, this is to note the 2024 Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers event report. Councillor McMahon's listed some of the highlights there, so I don't need to go into those. And I know it's not a topic, but I'd like to probably address a few points obviously raised just around Councillor Carroll's points. And as I said, and I certainly respect your point of view put forward, and I think it's a good opportunity. Obviously, there's been some interest around this to probably address a few little bits and pieces in regards to this situation. So, I think first of all, just to look at the situation as where it sits, and that is that 2024 coincided with the conclusion of the Toowoomba Carnival Flowers 5-year strategic plan. So obviously we're moving into the next phase of that. That also coincided with the culmination of different contracts around things like food and wine and how it was delivered. Situation sits as right now, we are out to tender for an event producer. That tender is open till March 5. So what our ticketed food and entertainment event at Queen's Park, as it has been in previous time, looks like, obviously is shaped when that person comes on board. Council has, again, this year, as per every other year, made a commitment around plans in place to hold a ticketed food and entertainment event in Queen's Park. The highlight of that, showcasing the best of food, wine, producers from our region. And this time around, one of the focuses, and you raise a wonderful point, Councillor Carroll. We have so many great bands locally, to quote your words, so many great bands locally. One of the big focuses of the strategic plan of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers moving forward is proudly local, supporting local, and finding those local gems. So the opportunity for a festival here that potentially, again, as I say, potentially, because once we have an event producer on board, is obviously that chance to, exactly as you said, highlight so much more of our wonderful local talent. Does it include other bigger acts or things like that? Again, we're out to tender for that, and that's the process that we sort of follow from that point of view. And you raise another fantastic point around family sections with stalls and things like that have been there in the past. And yep, we've heard those concerns that have been raised. And again, it's the potential to have this event that is open more for a family-friendly environment. And the last thing I'll say with it as well is it's very, very clear that moving forward, this ticketed event that we're talking about being, which Carnival of Flowers, a good plug for, will be launched on April 28. So the entire, what this report obviously just showcases the 4 floral fun-filled weekends. But so that to be announced with that. But again, how it looks, as I said, once the event producer certainly does come on board, so all of those details. But the plan around this event, again, is it goes right back to the origins of what Carnival was put in place for. So the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers is a celebration of the Garden City's Garden City image, but it also, go right back to day one, Essex Tate and TJ Jeweller said it was also about being an economic boost to the business community post the hardships of war. Fast forward 76 years, and again, where the strategic plan looks and is featured on for the next 5 years, is about doing exactly that. We've heard from our community about this event to have more opportunity, more buy-in from our community, from businesses through the CBD. Councillor McMahon listed off some of the points there around that, but the opportunity to incorporate and involve them more. And I understand and appreciate the position that has been taken in recent times around concerns is exactly where this sits. And I think from a council point of view, certainly take this opportunity to say we sort of understand that, we hear that, and yet probably internally in regards to how sponsorship prospectuses and things have unfolded, there's obviously learnings for us internally here to be better moving forward. But I guess my message would be for our business community is that this event and how it's shaped, the number one goal of this event moving forward is how does it best fit our community and how does it best support our CBD businesses. We also heard loud and clear that obviously the opportunity around Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers to be spread across the region and opportunities for the region to have their place in the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. The strategic plan moving forward takes that into place as well. Yet we all have a love and an affinity around what the food and wine was. I mean, it's changed its size and shape in recent times as well. It was the Flower Food and Wine Festival, then it became a Food and Wine Festival, whether it was officially titled or not last year, but it sort of generally just became festival. And the other thing I think is really, really, I think a point that needs to be made is the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers team, as Carol mentioned, is a small team that does an amazing job in running this event, has a community at heart, and they want to see an event that's there that this community can be proud of. Last year, we're talking about festivals here just as a general comment across Australia. In 2024, more than 10 festivals were cancelled. Groove in the Moo, Harvest Rock, Promise Village, Spilt Milk, Return to Rio, Coastal Jam, Vintage Vibes, etc., etc., etc. So this is a tough market, and you know what? Our Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers team have said no, we're not cancelling an event. We see the value and the importance of having this festival here for our community, for our business community, for our local musicians. So that's what it's aimed at. So in summary, I'll say it again. Go back to the start and the origins of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. 1, it was designed to promote our Garden City image, and 2, it was there to provide an economic boost to our business community post the hardships of war. 76th year rolling in now, and it's the same goal. It's the same underline, it's the same highlight, it's the same italic, you name it. That's what it's about. That's what it's here for, and that's why I urge our community to be excited about what is coming, because it's an opportunity here to celebrate everything that we are proud of locally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor McMahon. The Council note the 2024 Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers event report in attachment 1. All those in favour? All those opposed? Councillor Carol Taylor, do you wish to have your vote recorded? No. That motion is carried, and the Mayor's hand, I believe, was also raised. Thank you. In favour. So we close the Environment and Community Committee report and move on to 8.5, Corporate Services Committee. There were 6 items in this report. Does anyone wish to pull out any items in the Corporate Services Committee report? If not, the motion is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated the 12th of February 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. All those, a mover please. Councillor McMahon and a seconder in Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you, Mayor. The last of the committee reports, 8.6, the Economic Development Committee. There are 2 items in that. Does anyone wish to pull out either of those 2 items? If not, the first motion that we have here is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated the 12th of February 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. A mover, Councillor Farquhar, a seconder, Councillor Manteifel. Those in favour? That is carried. Thank you, Mayor. All in favour. Councillors, it's just gone 10:30. We've got through the committee report, so I propose that we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor McMahon, all those who are in favour. That's unanimous. We'll come back in 10 minutes, which brings us to 18 minutes to 11, please. Thank you. Okay, we are live, councillors. So we move to item number 9 on the agenda, the monthly financial performance statement. The author is the General Manager of Corporate Services, Anne-Marie Johnston, and I'll hand over to you, please, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of January. There's 4 attachments to the report. You've got the consolidated financial performance statement, key capital projects by group, the DRFA summary report, and the confidential monthly investment report. The issues and responses for the period include the operating surplus ratio at the 31st of January at 26.4% against a target of greater than 0. So this is, as would be expected, as we levied rates and charges on the 11th of January. They were issued on the 7th of Feb with a payment due date of the 12th of March. Unrestricted cash is 174 million, with the unrestricted cash expense ratio at 5.82 months against the Queensland Government Financial Management Guideline target of greater than 2 months. Attachment 1, the consolidated financial performance statement, that shows how council is currently tracking compared with the budget. So overall, operating income is tracking very close to budget with a positive variance of 3.9 million or 1%. There's some details provided in the report, but fees and charges above budget by 2.8 million with positive variances across a number of branches, including planning, community development, facilities and tourism, and environment and regulatory services. Interest received is also tracking above budget as a result of higher than budget cash due to the delivery of the capital works program currently tracking behind schedule and interest rates being maintained at high levels. These variances will be addressed at budget review too. So overall, operating expenditure is tracking above budget with a negative variance of 4.2 million or 1%. Labour is tracking to budget with a variance of just 2%. The 6% EB increase, which was budgeted, has been applied for outdoor staff in the first pay period in January and for indoor staff in the second pay period. The back pays for our outdoor staff are currently being finalised. There are currently 284 vacancies, and with the labour reduction that was applied during that budget development phase, very close to being achieved year to date. These vacancies provide us with that opportunity for a review of size and shape, and we're currently in the process of developing our strategic workforce plan, which will also help to support the review. The most significant variance remains in the material services and other expenditure component of the operating statement. The measures that have been put in place since I spoke to you last month were that we have developed reports and we've rolled them out to all managers to help identify and defer discretionary expenditure. And as we discussed last month, implementation of zero-based budgeting for the development of the 25-26 materials and services budget. Our forecast to the 30th of June, the result remains an operating deficit of 50 million, and we will be closely reviewing this forecast when we bring budget review 2 to you in the coming weeks. If we move on to the capital section of the consolidated financial performance statement, you can see that overall our capital income is tracking very close to budget, positive variance of 172,000 or just 1%. Capital expenditure, as discussed previously, tracking below budget by 27% or $30 million. You will note from the reports that we haven't yet reforecast capital to the 30th of June, and that will form part of our budget review to deliberations. The Treasury report indicates our cash holdings remaining above the 80 million sustainability threshold, with the cash holdings a result again of the capital works program being behind schedule. The sustainability snapshot that indicates that council is able to fund core operations. the asset sustainability ratio below target, a positive cash position and leverage ratio indicating that we are currently able to fund additional capital expenditure. And it's important to maintain this position going forward with major infrastructure to be delivered. Attachment 2 provides the key capital projects by group. Attachment 3 is our DRFA report, indicating 4.2 million expenditure over income so far this year for operational works and 79,000 expenditure over income for capital works. This result does impact on the overall result for capital. Life to date for our current DRFA operational works is a deficit of 12.2 million and capital works a deficit of 11.3 million. So very happy to take any questions, councillors.
Thank you very much for that, Anne-Marie. Councillors, open to the floor for questions. Councillor Carl and then Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Anne-Marie, we're just on the sustainability page there with the 2 pie graphs and the chart underneath it, or the table. I can't, what's it hard on? It's page, I don't know.
Is it the sustainability snapshot that you're after?
Yeah, the sustainability. It's
Page 7 of 7, if we could please, Wendy. Thank you. 4 of 7?
That's it. Yep.
That one there that's on the
Sorry,
screen now?
Trying to find page numbers on an iPad's interesting. Just a small question regards asset consumption ratio. Budget 24-25, there's nothing there, but is that a projection, 71.83% consumption of our assets?
So that's one of the new ratios that is in the local government sustainability framework, in the new framework.
Yep.
And that ratio indicates that over time we are meeting our asset needs.
Yeah,
so it's a positive result for council for that ratio.
Yeah, it says actuals, there's nothing. Well, I guess my question is, how are we measuring that on consumption of our assets? You know, and there are different asset classes, so it's a fairly broad brush approach. I mean,
yeah. So I'm very happy to share the formula with councillors. That's part of the new framework. So I'm sure by the time I get back to my office, it'll already be shared with councillors. So there is a formula for calculating it, and it's one of our audited annual audited ratios.
Yeah, I'm just an interest because with the pressures are on us, and it begs prioritisation if we're consuming stuff at that rate, you know, and then what's the term that's considered? Is that for this term of council, or is it for the next 10 years in the capital works program, or is it, you know, that's where we might need to be having a look at. There might be a choke point in the future for us around provision of critical infrastructure and balancing all of the needs and priorities.
So very happy to take that one on notice.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, General Manager. I've got Councillor McMahon and then Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Same page, same table, different line. I was going to ask about the asset sustainability ratio that we're supposed to aim for over 60%. 30% is our budget, and we're at half that with 4 months to go. Is it a case, Anne-Marie, that, I mean, we're obviously neck deep in budget season for next year, that the graph up the top above that has to have a larger blue renewal section and a smaller green upgrade section, and have those ideas been taken into the new budget to get our sustainability ratio up next capital year?
Yeah, so this asset sustainability ratio is critical for our overall sustainability of council. We need to have a really strong focus on our renewal programme. So we'll be bringing councillors tomorrow the first draft of the Capital Works programme for next year, and we'll clearly identify with the programme of works what is renewal, what's upgrade, and what's new. So the risk around upgrade and new programs, it increases our depreciation, maintenance costs, and ongoing costs. So that focus, particularly with such large projects in the pipeline, we really need to have that really strong focus on renewals. The Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project will impact on this ratio over the coming years, it being an upgrade project.
Sure. So thank you for the answer. Very much welcome. I think the community could expect that the next year's budget will have a very strong emphasis on renewal rather than new, noting that our biggest task ahead of us is an upgrade, contributing to the green part of that budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. And GM Emery, I'm not sure if this is for you or GM Mike. Just looking at the DRFA deficits, and you were talking about the impact of those. Are they there based on timing of when we actually
so in the
do
process now of wrapping up, finalising that DRFA work. So this report is a relatively new report. I think we've only been providing that to you for just over 12 months. But what we will do is continue to show you the impact of the DRFA work. So we're not getting 100% of the funding back, but what the difference is an investment in our assets. But I think it's really important that we highlight what that investment is.
Great, thank you. And just a second one, with the key capital projects by group, just looking at all the different projects we've got going on, I note they've all commenced except for 2 infrastructure services ones. However, their budget has commenced. So we've got Oakey Biddiston Road Stage 2 and Branchview Road Bridge Renewal. Will they commence, do you know, this financial year? Sorry, and this is without notice.
Just while General Manager Anne-Marie is having a flick through some pages there, I don't believe we've got anybody from ISG with us at the moment. So it might, if the General Manager can't answer that question, it might be one that we take on notice, Councillor.
Yeah.
For the group, take it on notice for the group report.
Because I see that, we all went to the opening of the Melrose Bridge, and that was great and a great piece of infrastructure for that community. And just looking that there are 2 here that haven't commenced, and we're in Feb. Yeah. Well, if they are being designed, then maybe they get a 1% or so we can see that they've started.
So we'll feed that back to ISG to provide information to councillors on those 2. Thanks, Councillor. Any further questions? If there's no further questions, the motion that we have before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending the 31st of January 2025 be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Farquhar and seconder Councillor Gardner. All those in favour? That is carried. I see Councillor McDonald's hand as well. Thank you. Thanks very much, General Manager Anne-Marie. Item number 10 on the agenda is the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report from February 2025. I have the author, Acting CEO Nick Hauser, here with me, and we have attachments 3 and 4, which are updated attachments, have been distributed to councillors, and I think you'll speak to those, Nick, so over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Yes, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the error in the attachments that were uploaded with board books. They were the last reporting period. So yesterday afternoon, you'll have received an email from Jenny in my office attaching the correct attachments for you with those updates. And they'll become attachments 3 and 4 for the purposes of recording the minutes today. With that in mind, I don't normally speak too much to those attachments, but I would note the closing out of one action in the last month, being in relation to review, redesign, and implementation of the current complaints management and public interest disclosure process. So that action was able to be closed out last month after adoption of those new complaints management policies at the I think it was at the December ordinary meeting, so they've been closed out. So I just would highlight that. Councillors, I just wanted to provide a couple of updates for you in relation to staffing matters. I think that's been the focus of some of the things that I've spoken about in my time here in the acting role, and today's my last one of those for a little while. But just acknowledging our EB were able to close out and certify the enterprise agreement for our Stream B and Stream C staff that we casually refer to as our outdoor staff. So that EB has been agreed, as you know, I've reported that, and the EA was certified on the 30th of January this year. So as GM Anne-Marie mentioned earlier, we have processed the new pay rates for our staff, and we're calculating back pays for our outdoor staff to be able to pay that and process that as quickly as we can. Unfortunately, the news on the Stream A, the indoor staff, isn't as positive as that. As I've been keeping you updated, we've been unable to reach agreement with unions in relation to Stream A, and we did have a mention in the QARC on Friday last week, and we agreed with the unions and at the QARC's supported a view that further attempts be made to resolve the non-wage claims prior to scheduling the hearing dates, as there are some outstanding issues that will impact the duration and dates of the trial. So it's thought that we can move forward on some of those things, and the teams were meeting today to start, to continue those conversations, close out those non-wage related matters before hearings are scheduled for the rest of the year. So we will move to arbitration in that regard. The other staff matter that I wanted to give an update around, councillors, was our staff engagement survey. So that's been open for our staff over the last 2 weeks. It closed on Friday last week. 73% of our employees completed the survey. This is our highest completion rate that we've experienced since commencing that staff survey in 2018. We did take a bit of a different approach to how we did that this time. It was 100% online. There were no paper-based surveys to be completed, so we supported and assisted our staff who don't have regular access to computers to do that online. There are a lot of advantages in doing that. We don't have to go through a lengthy data entry process now, and the information will become available to us much sooner. And I think those results speak for themselves. Having the highest participation rates, I think that demonstrates that the move worked. Took a slightly different approach to it internally too, in terms of promoting it and I guess ownership of the staff survey. So there's a lot more engagement with our combined leadership team, that's at the branch manager level, around ownership and structuring the opportunities for staff to be engaged and undertake those surveys. So as you can appreciate, we have a very, very diverse workforce. Some of us sit behind computers all day, or would like to, when we're not away from attending meetings and all the other things that we do. But we have a large cohort of our workforce that never touches a computer. So having access to complete that needed to be carefully thought through and structured. And I think that, again, I think those results are good results in terms of participation. We expect to have those results, early version of those results, through to us next week. And high-level organisational results will be presented to all staff via a CEO roadshow that's scheduled for next Thursday, the 27th of February. And just prior to doing that, we'll also circulate those high-level organisational results to yourself and to the combined leadership team. And we do have an information session scheduled with you for the following Tuesday, the 4th of March, to discuss those survey results, and our survey partners InSync will be attending that session in person to walk us through those high-level results. From there, we'll do a lot of workshopping with our teams to understand what the survey results and feedback tells us, and structure our activities moving forward, our improvement activities. And in the past, you've asked me around the action tracker actions that we report. I anticipate us updating that with the new actions that that we determine through the next couple of months in relation to respond to staff survey results. So by and large, at the moment, looking positive. We'll see what the results tell us when we receive them next week.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to Nick. Nick, it might be a bit granular at this point in time, but is there a bit of a breakdown on the demographic of staff that responded to that survey? You know, indoor, outdoor, age demographic, officer level in the organisation, that sort of stuff?
Yes, there will be demographic information. It's not available yet, but it will be available to us. Mm-hmm. Covering most of those things that you talked about there. It mightn't be, we mightn't get to the employment level of staff, but certainly we collect the information around our people in supervisory positions and those sorts of things. So yeah, there's a spread of demographic information available.
The reason why I asked officer level is because, well, it's just my personal feeling around the matter is that it gives this boardroom a real good indication of, it doesn't matter where a person is in the organisation, where that sentiment is around a whole range of topics. Some will be issues and how we move forward. For me, I think that's extremely important for how we connect and make decisions relevant both to the organisation to try and, you know, facilitate service in a constrained environment that we are stepping ahead. It would be nice to know, have we got a good mix of officers' feedback across the organisation? Yeah. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. My question is completely different, Nick. So if anyone else has a question about what we're talking about, I'm happy to wait. Yeah, no, okay. Yes. I will proceed then. Thank you. Nick, my apologies for not sending this question prior to the meeting. So I'm happy for you to take it on notice because it will require some detail. So, but I want to understand what is happening with the strategic asset management, or SAM. Can I use SAM? You know, the strategic asset management plan presents such an opportunity to TRC. We own $7 billion worth of assets, and SAM informs this, you know, our renewal program, the maintenance program, and the impacts on depreciation. A robust asset management plan is integral for the decision-making purposes, and it needs to be a single point of truth. SAM informs when and what we should be planning for. Where is TRC and where should TRC be in relation to SAM? And where does the SAM function sit in council? Does each group do their own asset management planning or is it centralised? Thanks, Nick.
I might speak to some of those questions, but I will also follow up with further detail for you. And the reason I'll do that is, as councillors are aware, during the latter part of last year, we did undertake a review of our asset management approach in TRC, and we have a draft report that we've received that's actually on the ELT agenda for consideration on Thursday this week. So we'd received previous drafts, provided some feedback. It's getting to the point of being ready to be finalised. Once we achieve that, I'll circulate that with councillors as well once we determine that way forward. I think it's each of the groups has strategic asset management plans, or each of the asset custodians have strategic asset management plans, and you know, they are all at varying stages of maturity and complexity. And our approach to strategic asset management needs to be to continue on that journey of maturity, I would call it. We often refer to asset management maturity, and indeed we've set ourselves a target of achieving on the benchmark scale a core competency of 3 out of 5 in relation to our asset management maturity. So we continue on that journey of progress and continuous improvement. I think it's fair to say that our approach in recent times hasn't been as coordinated as it needs to be. So there's a great opportunity for improvement in that space. And I think that the report, the review that was completed, points us in the right direction for how to approach that. So I'd be happy to circulate that with you. There are a lot of questions in what you asked me there. I hope I've given a bit of an overall summary. I acknowledge that there's improvement for us to make, I think, is the important thing, and coordinating ourselves to doing that in a strategic and logical fashion is the key to future success. I agree with your statements around understanding our assets, their levels of service, their risk profiles is really important to making informed business decisions around where to invest our capital. And it speaks to a broader exercise of ensuring that we have an understood and agreed capital prioritisation framework that we're all comfortable with. And we'll all have different views around those. Some of mine are that making sure we maintain our existing asset base ought to be at the top of our priority. So they should be the items that attract council's first capital investment, and then making sure that we cater for and are ready to cater for future growth. But they're all matters for further discussion and debate, but at the core of that is understanding those assets.
Thanks, Nick. I look forward to further information and hearing more at the CIS. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. Any further questions? If not, Nick, you said 73%, was it, for participation in the staff survey?
Yes, 73%.
And do we know what it has been previously? You said it was up, but do you know what it was previously?
I think it was around the 60-odd% previously, but I just need to double check that. Yep.
Yeah, great. Okay. All right. Thank you. So the motion that is before us is that the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Do I have a mover, Councillor O'Shea, and a seconder, Councillor Melissa Taylor? All those in favour? That is carried. I see the Mayor's hand. And Acting CEO, this is your final one. You've done a couple of these over the last few months. We've got Colin Jensen starting next week, so we are very grateful for the work that you've done here. And having you here is always really reassuring for whoever's in the chair. So thanks very much for all of the work that you've done. Now, item number 11, the Mayor's monthly report from February 2025. We do have the Mayor online. I'll hand over to you, Mayor, should you wish to speak to your report.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very brief, and the report can be as read. And you stole my thunder in regard to thanking Nick, and I appreciate that, Councillor Rebecca, for his work, and that's noted in the first little part talking about Colin Jensen starting next week, but supporting your words and thank Nick for his stewardship where he's at the moment, and for what he's done while he's been there. But look, really, it is as read, the report, but I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, thanks so much, Mayor. Questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. The open letters to the Queensland and federal budget submissions are pertinent. We do still have a $266.6 million dam wall hanging over our heads. We can afford it, but the community's going to be the ones who have to forego the infrastructure that they need. And so the continued words by the Mayor to continue to ask for help with budgeting from federal and state representatives is noted and supported, as is the letter to the hockey club saying we'd love to help you with your Olympics bid, and they've all been on to us lately to mirror those words. So I'm happy to move the Mayor's report.
Thanks very much. We've got a mover in Councillor McMahon that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carl. All of those in favour? That is carried. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, item number 12.1. We've got proposed change to the Environment and Community Committee, Corporate Services Committee and Economic Development Committee meetings in March 2025. Wendy is the author of that report, but the recommendation that is before us is spelt out there, councillors, that the committee meetings scheduled for the 12th of March 2025, being Environment and Community Committee, Corporate Services Committee and Economic Development Committee, be now held on Tuesday the 11th of March 2025, and that the Environment and Community Committee meeting commence immediately following the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 11th of March 2025. I've got a mover in Councillor Manteifel, a seconder in Councillor Carroll. Oh, question, pardon me. Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thank you. I just did want to ask, this will move those from the 12th to the 11th and ask this council to get through 6 committees in one day. So we haven't seen yet the agenda for next month's committees, but I would propose it's a quite large task. Can I ask through you, Chair, to the CEO, has ELT seen next month's committee and decided it's a doable task?
Thanks. Councillor, Acting CEO Nick, do you have any comment on that one?
I can comment, but it's a difficult question to answer because no, those committee agendas haven't been finalised yet. I think our committees for this month were finished by lunchtime on both days. But what do they say? Past performance is not an indicator of future success. So that may not be the case. If we get to the end of the Tuesday and we're not completed, I guess we would need to adjourn and reconvene the following day, noting that councillors have recorded leaves of absence today would be one option. I guess it's open to councillors at the time to adjourn and reconvene at another point in time, but our thinking was that we would do it the following day.
We're making good time today, councillor. Okay, so thank you for that. Any further questions while we're... If not, I've got Councillor Manteifel and I believe I saw Councillor Carol Taylor. You were... Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carol Taylor to second the motion. All of those who are in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Right, we move on to item number 13 in the agenda, matters for which notice has been given. We've got several to work through here. The first is item 13.1, relative to the application of section 150EF of the Local Government Act 2009. I've got Bailey here. Bailey, if you'd like to come up. This has been brought to us by Councillor Gardner. And there is a motion there before us that Council formally acknowledges and applies sections 150EF, 1D and 3 of the Local Government Act 2009 in relation to my participation in discussions and decision-making on those two items. Councillor Gardner, I've got Bailey here to the microphone because just to give his procedural perspective to the wording of the motions and his professional expertise to them. Bailey, can we hand over to you, please?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. So I respect all the motions that have been submitted. It's a ratification of section 150EF in the Local Government Act. That section covers a point where you're automatically given exemptions. So generally, council doesn't ratify other councillors that they've got an exemption under 150EF. To give you an example, that section has, it clearly says that, you know, that when you're determining rates and charges, that you're exempt. And the room doesn't go around and to each other and say, I'm formally ratifying that you're exempt. As an individual councillor, you're relying on that exemption. Okay, I can appreciate Councillor Gardner's motion, and there's, you know, it's trying to seek some clarity on some previous decisions in regards to conflicts of interest. So my first piece of advice is that we don't generally go around and ratify someone in the exemption section. And I gave you an example of rates. This is sort of, my view is that probably it's time to get some external legal advice on these items and present it back to council. So that's where I think this matter's at. But, you know, if that's where you go, and also just sort of giving Councillor Gary a heads up as well to say, consider whether he needs to declare a conflict of interest, because the advice will be pertinent to the subject matter. So that's just my general comments. Once Section 150EF has a whole series of exemptions, and if a council relies on it, they don't make a declaration. They can make a voluntary declaration in it, and they solely, you know, the room doesn't go and ratify exemptions on a general basis. But there's a few questions asked by Councillor Gary in his motion, and my recommendation would be that for the council and councillors that we seek some independent advice. And since that advice is going to be pertinent to a particular councillor, that councillor consider whether they've got a declarable interest before you vote, if you change the motions.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Gardner, I've also got Councillor Taylor asking a question, but it is your motion, so I'll hand over to you. I saw your hand go up.
Well, I'd just like to talk why I put this motion up. This footpath and road closure has been an issue for as long as I can remember, before I come here. And I see there's a deliberate attempt to keep me out of these meetings and committees. We jump from conflict to prescribed, and the section I've asked the council to look at, and obviously you've got to get your own legal advice. I got mine. To me, it's pretty clear that an application does not constitute a declarable or prescribed conflict. You know, this is ordinary business matter, and I ask anyone to, if they don't see it as a ordinary business matter, they need to let me know why going forward, and putting everyone on notice to, because we're jumping around from one meeting to declarable, to the next meeting to prescribed, to the next meeting I've already passed the motion when there hasn't been a motion passed, and I've put in transcripts of the minutes of the meetings, which I don't think anyone else did before they went. That's coming up in the next one, but anyway, I'll hear what Councillor Taylor has to say. And
thanks. Thank you for that, Councillor Gardner. So you, as the mover of the motion, you've sort of spoken to the motion. We don't have a seconder at this stage, but we do have some questions. So I've got Councillor Melissa Taylor, and then Councillor, your question's been answered. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Gardner. Thank you, Bailey. I'll be guided, because I'm not too sure of the procedure here, but I would actually like to propose an alternate motion that Council proceed with receiving external legal advice on the matter at hand.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Taylor. So, as I said, we don't actually have a seconder yet for Councillor Gardner's motion. We've got some information from Bailey that it appears to be consistent with what you're saying, Councillor Taylor. So, Wendy, I can sense you're typing over here, having heard what Councillor Taylor has proposed. So we'll get that up on the screen in a moment, and we'll just see if that hits the mark, Councillor Taylor. And Councillor McMahon, did you have something that you wanted to say as well?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second Councillor Melissa's foreshadowed motion, but I haven't seen the wording. Hopefully it's something around Council seeks external legal advice on the application of 150EF 1D and 3, same as.
Thanks, Councillor. We're just getting something up on the screen. And then Bailey will get you to have a little look at it as well when we get that wording up, please. There it comes. Okay, so What we've got there is that council receive external legal advice prior to considering the matters raised by Councillor Gary Gardner in the notice of motion entitled Application of Section 150EF of the Local Government Act 2009. Councillor Melissa Taylor, is that in line with what you were intending with your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
And Councillor McMahon as a seconder, I'm getting a nod from you. Okay. I see your hand, Councillor Carl. I'll just quickly check with Bailey. Bailey, in light of what you've said about what's contained is Councillor Gardner's legal opinion. Is this hitting the mark?
With all respect to the councillors, I wouldn't limit it to section 150EF because, all respect to Councillor Gary as well, he's raised other points in his motion, other parts of the legislation that should be checked as well. To give you an example, like I do not have a prescribed conflict of interest under section 150EI, so there are other parts of the legislation. That's why I sort of wanted to keep it broad to go out and get a more wholesome advice to cover, to say, so essentially it's getting legal advice on, you know, the facts raised in the motion. And that's why, and it's specific to Councillor Gary, so that's why I would encourage him, when you vote, if that's the way you go, that he should declare a conflict of interest, because it's going to be really related to this argument.
Okay, so I think what is up there, Bailey, is when you're mentioning section 150EF, that's just the notice of motion. That's the title of the notice of motion. But if Wendy's adding some extra wording here, that council receive external legal advice in relation to chapter 5B of councillors' conflicts of interest. Does that broaden it out, or are you?
Yes, and you could refer it back as raised in the notice of motion.
As
there's a reference point for me to go back and look at. So, yeah.
As raised.
Yeah.
In the notice of motion titled Application of Section 150EF.
It just gives a broad scope to. Yeah, thank you.
I've got.
But to ensure that the issues raised are addressed, even though it's broad, but that's really what we want. We don't want to spend money on legal advice and not, you know, which is useless to us. We want it to answer this question.
So, Councillor, are you seeking clarification from Bailey that what is before us would actually get to the nub of what Councillor Gardner's raised?
Bailey has nodded that that covers that, I think.
Yes, it gives me a reference point to go through. And
okay. I've got Councillor Carl and Councillor Manteifel, please.
No, thanks, Chair. I in fact was going to raise the issue of looking at this more broadly. Bailey's more than adequately covered that off. I think it's beyond the individual, it's around the collective benefit of council and boardroom. So Bailey's covered that off.
Thank you. Councillor Manteifel.
Should we put a timeline on this? This place seems to have actions in place and they go on and on and on. So I'd prefer a timeline on this.
Okay, let's ask Bailey to receive that external legal advice. How long, we just had a similar question asked of the General Manager of ISG for a report. How long will it take to get that information, that external legal advice?
probably it would be grateful if you could give me at least 15 business days to start putting it together and returning it.
Thank you. That's a lot shorter than a lot of things around here. Thank you.
Okay, so if we were to put a date on it, Councillor Taylor, you seem to be amenable to that. So if we were to put a date on it, 15 business days is the advice from Bailey, what would that put us?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would have been comfortable with receiving prior to the next ordinary meeting.
Okay. Prior to the next ordinary meeting of council is the wording that's being proposed in terms of the timeline, to Councillor Manteifel's point. Okay. So the acting CEO is asking for some clarity about the external legal advice. Is that intended to come back to council in the form of a report before the next ordinary meeting, or circulated with councillors? What would be the most appropriate, in your opinion, Bailey, please?
I'll deliver it back as a report. Pretty much the context will be the advice behind the cover report.
So a report to council. Does that satisfy you, Councillor Taylor, and Councillor McMahon?
Yeah,
Your
Chair,
mic's
I'm
on
happy
for the
with
second.
it. Local Government Act 2009 Queensland is my old training. I don't know if you need to specify which state's Local Government Act. I'd prefer that.
Okay,
We just put Queensland in brackets.
we don't want advice on the New South Wales Local Government Act. All right, we'll pop, if we might, Wendy, pop Queensland in there. And I am going to come back to you, Councillor Gardner, just as a courtesy, because it has arisen out of your notice of motion that a report be presented to council at its ordinary meeting of the 18th of March 2025. We need Queensland in that first bit too, please, if you wouldn't mind, Wendy. Thank you. Councillor Manteuffel.
I'm probably stealing your thunder, but I'd just like to ask Councillor Gardner, is he happy with that amendment? I know he's put forward another proposal, but it is an amendment to his original motion.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, I realise you've got to get your own opinion. I've got mine. Before it comes back to me, I would like to see a copy to make sure mine doesn't differ from, or if it does, the appropriate questions could be raised at the next meeting.
Yep. Thanks. So it would be shared with all councillors at the same time, including obviously yourself too.
I think it needs to be before the next meeting. That's it.
So we
Even
typically
if it's days before. Yeah.
Sorry.
Even if it's days, there's a few days before the next meeting. I wouldn't like it presented at the meeting.
Yeah. So we would at a minimum receive it on the Friday before the ordinary meeting of council. So, and of course, if at that stage, then it's an option for any councillor to say that there's a requirement for additional time as well, Councillor Gardner, to just give some comfort on that point as well.
Yep. And do I need to declare a conflict because based on the interest being the matter discussed, I guess? You were elaborating on something?
Councillor Gary, the advice is going to be very pertinent to you.
Yeah.
My recommendation, just as good practice, would declare a conflict of an interest when the resolutions be voted, because technically we're getting advice in relation to an issue that you've raised. The question is voting on getting advice for yourself. So and we're expending funds for voting for getting advice sort of related to a matter that you've raised. So I would, as good practice, declare a conflict of interest and let your councillors determine whether you stay in the room and vote, whether you step out or you stay in the room and not vote. That would be my recommendation, to declare, just for good practice, because it's going to be pertinent. The advice is going to be very pertinent to your notice of motion that you've raised.
Okay. I'll declare a conflict of interest and I'll let councillors vote where I stay in the room and vote on the matter.
Okay, so we're just trying to keep a little bit of a track on this. So Councillor Gardner has declared a potential conflict of interest, which he would like his council colleagues to consider now, and whether or not he stays in the room and participates in the meeting, leaves the room and does not participate in the meeting, or what's the third option? Stays in the room but then does not participate in the vote. So councillors, I'm in your hands if you've got questions or a way that you'd wish to move forward. Councillor O'Shea and then Councillor Manteuffel.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question to you, Bailey, I suppose, is I understand the scenario where we sit, but the councillor in question has been a part of this whole conversation. The councillor has already been asked, are you comfortable with us getting legal advice, which he said, yeah, absolutely, it'd be good practice. And now we're going to vote whether he's got a conflict. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that nearly null and void? We've moved past that point, is my question. The toothpaste out of the tube, as someone said the other day.
I did. It's good to see there's a bit of sense of humour in the room, but I did, before this discussion started, articulate to Councillor Gary he should consider declaring his conflict of interest. I can't make you do things individually, but yes, the toothpaste has gone out about the discussion, but the toothpaste hasn't gone out to pass the resolution. So technically you still have to sit in the room and carry out your duties, whether he should sit in the room and pass the resolution, okay? You've still got to undertake that process now that he's made a declarable conflict of interest.
And as we do say, anybody can raise a conflict at any point. So I thank Councillor Gardner for doing that. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bailey. I just wanted to clarify that. Well, I think there's a few other questions, but at the appropriate time, I'd be happy to move that Councillor Gardner stays in the room but doesn't vote on the issue. I think it'd be the most reasonable way at this point in time. I'm happy to move that at the appropriate time based on the advice that we've just received.
Okay, thanks. So, Councillor O'Shea, your position would be to move that Councillor Gardner stays in the room and participates in discussion as well, but does not vote on the matter. Okay, thank you. And I had two hands at the same time. I think Councillor Carroll, you might have had the edge. You are prepared to second Councillor O'Shea on that? I'll just go, there are a few hands as well. There might be other questions before we vote on this. Are there further questions? Councillor Manteifel and then Councillor Carl.
Just going back to that amendment, it says be presented at the ordinary meeting. I think it should also mention it be presented to councillors Friday before the ordinary meeting.
I might get you to just put a pin in that for 2 moments while we deal with the declaration, Councillor Manteifel, but then I'll come straight back to you once this is resolved. Are there any other questions for Councillor Gardner in relation to the declaration? Councillor Carl.
Mine's in fact through to Bailey, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Bailey, I feel uncomfortable about the fact that this is the motive for this is directly related to Councillor Gardner, and it's an instruction to council to expend funds on legal advice. I'm not comfortable that that's necessarily would be best practice, particularly if it's specifically relating to a councillor and we're going to expend funds. I'm just not comfortable with what's been suggested as the motion.
Okay, so was there a question for for Bailey though, Councillor Carl?
Yes.
I wasn't clear with what the question was, so I apologise, but essentially I've given advice. Any councillor can put up any notice of motion, okay, and that's what's happened. And rather than you voting on that motion, my job is to let you know that that generally we don't give exemptions. I've just put a possibility of an item that has gone back and forth, obviously advising Councillor Gardner of declaring conflict of interest. This matter has arisen in various meetings, and I think it might be prudent. So rather than continuing to see if we can get some independent advice and put it forward to councillors, generally we don't go and seek legal advice prior to someone lodging a conflict of interest. I always say to you, it's your responsibility. I don't know your facts. This case is that essentially that this matter has arisen in multiple council meetings, and it would be good I think it would be prudent for council to seek some independent advice. Because technically they still need to make a decision on it, because at the last meeting there was actually no determination whether it was prescribed conflict of interest. There was no formal determination. So prior to making that formal determination, this is a complex area of the law, so it would be good for councillors to get some independent legal advice and guidance.
That's answered your question, Councillor Carl?
No. Thanks, Bailey, for the overview, but I still remain in the position of feeling uncomfortable because this has arisen specifically out of Councillor Gardner's request, and council will expend funds, and it's directly in relation to Councillor Gardner. So I just don't feel comfortable that either Councillor Gardner is in the room or he's a part of discussion or voting.
Okay, so I feel that there's two parts to what you've said there, and the part that that's relevant at the moment is to the declaration. So the question about expending funds might have to come after we just deal with the declaration aspect. So I will go to Councillor Manteuffel and then back to you, Councillor Carl, after we've resolved the declaration aspect. Relative to the declaration, I've got a question or a comment perhaps from Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Gardner.
Well, Bill, the alternative is you have to accept my lawyer's advice. Are you?
All right, if we can just, it's a consideration.
I'll put that up if you like, and we accept that and don't get advice.
And Councillor Gardner, did you have anything further to say to the issue that we're dealing with at the moment?
Well, I think this, especially this footpath and road closures, for some reason, seems to be all over the place. It goes from one to another. I don't think anyone knows, and I could ask someone to give me a definite answer now as having an application in a declarable or a prescribed conflict, and I don't know if anyone could tell me.
Okay.
And I'd like to add, if you're not discussing that particular application, it is not a conflict. So that's my legal advice, and I'm happy for you to take my legal advice and not waste your own money.
Okay. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was just following on from, I had a question in relation for Councillor Gardner, which was exactly what he's just said. Can I confirm you've had legal advice from one or two separate solicitors, Councillor Gardner?
I've had I've pertained to solicitors. I've got legal advice from one here now. I've got my own internal.
Councillor Gardner, can we just get you closer to the mic? Sorry, it's hard for people to hear.
I have one here with me now, and I also have my own internal legal advice. And
thank you.
Yes.
So I guess, and this is just a comment for Councillor Carl, if he's unhappy to expend public funds, then we have to look at the other consideration of accepting the solicitor's legal advice that Councillor Gardner has received.
Thanks, Councillor Farquhar. I'm going to bring us back just to, first of all, deal with the declaration, because then we can move into the more substantive issue of the motion. But we've got a declaration issue that needs to be resolved before we can go any further, because Councillor Gardner may have to leave the room if this isn't supported by the council. So, Councillor O'Shea, you have moved that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the decision about the matter by discussing it at the meeting, but may not participate in the vote. And we need some reasons, if you might, please, for that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we're just wordsmithing that there before. So essentially the reason stated as above, the Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the decision and not vote on the matter because the legal advice relates to Councillor Gary Gardner's circumstances. However, his contribution to the discussions are important, valuable, will be valuable is the words.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could just keep it down there. Sorry, it's hard with the split screen. Okay, so that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the decision and not vote on the matter because the legal advice relates to Councillor Gary Gardner's circumstances. However, his contribution to the discussions will be valuable. Okay,
yes,
so
correct.
This is so that we can have Councillor Gardner in the room while we discuss this. So, Councillor McMahon, you're happy to second that so that Councillor Gardner stays in the room but leaves for the vote? Councillor O'Shea, did you have something?
Right, so I think Councillor Carroll had seconded that, not out of formalities originally.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
So we've got Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Carol Taylor. I'll go to the vote. A question before we vote on
I need
this?
to clarify something that was said, and Councillor Edwina said. I want to place on record, I don't have a problem with expending public funds. What I'm actually looking forward at is potentially protecting Councillor Gary in the future around potential conflicts, and because it originated as a specific request from the councillor directly relating to him, and I can't, in all of my time, recall a specific account like this where there's been such a request. So I'm taking a position of caution. I don't have a problem, but that's why I've stated why I'm uncomfortable with it.
Okay. I sense that we're moving into debate on this. If that is the case, because I see Councillor Gardner, you also wish to speak, and I'm going to actually ask for Councillor O'Shea to speak to your motion.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll reserve my right to sum up.
Thank you. Speaker against? Councillor O'Shea, back to you to sum up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I put this forward is obviously after also taking advice, obviously from Bailey around the legalities around the wording of it. I think it's important that Councillor Gardner's in the room for the discussions purely based on what we've seen just here recently in terms of asking of questions and clarification from him. But again, as the wording states there, because the legal advice relates to him, that he is unable to vote on it, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to obviously get the third party or external advice, because not to be dramatic, but I mean it's a real line in the sand moment here. When conflicts are an issue here, Councillor Gardner's pursued it himself through legal avenues, and it actually might be, as I said, a real pivotal moment for councils in general moving forward in dealing with conflicts. So I think there can be some good overall outcomes, not only just relating to it personally, but that's why I'm happy with the position.
Okay, thank you. So just before we vote on this, can I just get advice from Bailey? Because this declaration relates to Councillor Gardner, is Councillor Gardner able to participate in this vote on the declaration?
I'll stay
Okay. You can't. Microphone, please, Councillor Gardner.
Getting this advice is saving council money, because I've got two IAs already, and they allocate $50,000 per thing. So I see this is going to save you money, not.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. I think that your point is relative to the next issue, but we're just going to deal with the declaration. A mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor Carol Taylor, that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the decision and not vote on the matter because the legal advice relates to Councillor Gary Gardner's circumstances. However, his contribution to the discussions will be valuable. All of those who are in favour? That is, I'm just going to take the vote, Councillor. That is carried, and Councillor McDonald online is also in favour. Okay, so Councillor, point of order has been called by Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you. I think the wording is wrong. Sorry, if you could just go back to that. I think it says may participate in the discussion about the matter, not the decision, because the decision we've just taken and Councillor Gardner has not voted in it. So that's my point of order. I think the wording in that motion needs work, and we may have to do it again. Thank you.
That motion was voted on, and I read out the reason for the decision, not the motion itself, that Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the discussion about the matter by discussing it at the meeting, but may not participate in the vote. Okay, thank you. No, we're fine. Okay, so we've got Councillor O'Shea moves, Councillor Carol Taylor seconded. It was carried. There's been a request for a division of the vote by Councillor Carl. So those who are in favour, could you please raise your hands? So we've got Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Manteifel, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shine, Councillor O'Shea. the Mayor and myself. Those who are opposed are Councillor Carl, and Councillor Gardner did not vote in the matter. Okay, so Councillor Gardner is clear to stay in the discussions as we go back to the substantive motion. Thank you, Wendy, if we can get that up. Okay, so this is that council receive external legal advice. Now, I was grateful for Councillor Manteifel allowing me to just deal with that issue. I come back to Councillor Manteifel in relation to a question with regard to this motion.
The way it reads there in the last sentence, be presented to council at its ordinary meeting of 18th of March. Yes, we all know that we get our notes and all the transcript for the meeting on a Friday. I would still like the Friday to be put in there, just in case somebody reads it wrong and says, oh, I'll present it of the morning of Tuesday, the 18th of March. That gives all of us a chance to have a look over whatever the solicitors say and gives us and Councillor Gary a chance to respond as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Manteifel. Wendy is just putting some words up there for its inclusion in the agenda papers, which would ameliorate your concerns there. And I'll go to Councillor Melissa Taylor as the mover of this motion, and then Councillor McMahon as a seconder. If you're happy with the inclusion of those words being included in the agenda papers for the... I'm getting nods from both of you. Okay, thank you. I have some more questions. If that's your question answered, Councillor Manteifel, thank you. I have Councillor Carl and then Councillor Shine.
No, Chair, in fact, I think mine's been answered by Bailey about the breadth of legal advice. It's one thing for a councillor to get their own legal advice, but it's another thing for council to be advised more broadly from council's advice. So I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just wondering, it's matter for Councillor Gardner entirely, but I think from what he said, he's probably agreeable to it, whether he would be prepared to allow circulation of his legal advice to whoever council engages to provide their own advice. It might be helpful as an old lawyer to address the issues that are raised in a different opinion on the same matter. It might be of assistance to resolving the matter, and indeed, if council's advice could be supplied to Councillor Gardner's advisors as well, it would be likewise may facilitate resolution.
So what I might do is actually, first of all, just ask Councillor Gardner about his willingness to do so, but then after that, ask Bailey about the appropriateness from a legal perspective that there is that exchange of legal advice. So Councillor Gardner, please.
I wouldn't like to influence your lawyers, but I think it probably should be provided once they've already had a look at it, and if it differs, I wouldn't like to provide it prior. I'd like them to reach their own conclusion, and I think Bailey might agree with that. Or
okay,
what's
thank
your
you.
opinion?
Thanks for that, Councillor Gardner. So your preference would be to exchange legal opinion after that third-party independent advice has been provided by council. Bailey, your professional opinion on that, please.
I think council should just seek independent legal advice, and the councillors can't rely on Gary's advice. Okay, sharing it is just reading. You can't rely on Gary's advice, so you can rely on the independent advice that you get for council. So obviously if there's dispute amongst them, they may talk. So yes, at this stage, as Councillor Gary said, let's just get the advice independently without any prior positions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move a procedural motion that the question be put.
Thank you. We've got a procedural motion which does not require a seconder from Councillor McMahon that the motion be put. Can I please ask for a vote that the motion be put? I've got hands, that is carried. So the motion before us will be put that Council receive external legal advice in relation to Chapter 5B of Councillors' Conflicts of Interest of the Local Government Act 2009 Queensland, as raised in Councillor Gary Gardner's notice of motion entitled Application of Section 150EF of the Local Government Act 2009, and that a report be included in the agenda papers for the ordinary meeting of Council of the 18th of March 2025. I have Councillor Melissa Taylor as the mover, Councillor Tim McMahon as the seconder. All of those who are in favour. That motion is carried, and we will do a division of the vote because of the declaration. So all of those who are in favour, please. I've got Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Mount Eiffel, Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shine, Councillor O'Shea, the Mayor and myself. And Councillor Gardner did not vote. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, councillors, as we worked through that. We'll now move to item 13.2, matters for which notice has been given. This also is a motion that has been brought forward by Councillor Gardner. It is a proposed amendment to the ordinary meeting of Council of 21st of January 2025. Item number 4, confirmation of minutes, ordinary meeting of Council of the 10th of December 2024 and the special meeting of Council of the 11th of December 2024. So Councillor Gardner, you're the mover of that motion. Would you like to actually read out your motion?
Well, that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council 10th of December 24 and the Infrastructure Committee meeting the 3rd of December as approved by the ordinary meeting of Council on the 21st of January be reviewed and corrected as 2 of my declarations have been inaccurately recorded.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So before we get any further and call for seconders and so forth, again, we've got Bailey here. This is one that I might ask for his advice given from a procedural perspective. Bailey, if you could just give some information to us, please, about the wording of the motion that's before us.
Okay. Through you, Chair. All respect to Councillor Gardner's motion. When I've read through the motion, sort of identifying what is the request, it's in the last paragraph. I request that the CEO review the meeting recordings, correct the minutes to accurately reflect my declarations and remove the inaccurate amendments. So that's what I read as the request in the motion. Essentially, the minutes of any meeting are approved by councillors. The minutes of that particular meeting have been approved by majority. The CEO can't go back and amend minutes that have been approved by councillors. Any councillor can put forward a notice of motion to amend minutes, and those amendments, if they're approved, are recorded in that day of that meeting. So in here, unless I've misunderstood it, but the actual motion is that I request the CEO to go and amend the minutes previously approved by council. Unfortunately, the CEO can't do that. Councillors adopt minutes and they also adopt amendments to minutes. So the notice of motion, which I needs to sort of identify, here's the minutes of that January meeting, and these are the things I'd like to change. So essentially, any councillor can submit a notice of motion to amend minutes. It's just in the formal process. Councillor Gardner could go back and submit another notice of motion, but clearly identify what words and what paragraphs he wants changed. A prudent way to do that would be to grab a Word copy of the document that was approved, the minutes, and then just sort of mark up for fellow councillors, these are the amendments I want in the minutes. So unfortunately, my advice is that the motion to request the CEO review the meeting recordings and correct the minutes to accurately reflect my declarations and remove the inaccurate amendments. Unfortunately, the CEO can't do that because the minutes are in the power of councillors to adopt or amend. and Councillor Gardner can at any future meeting submit a revised notice of motion and clearly identify what he would like amended.
Okay, thank you for that. So in light of that advice, Councillor Gardner, did you want to put forward specific amendments that you wish to be considered? I think that would be consistent with the motion that is before us. So if you would like that to be done, we can do that at this meeting.
Well, I think I would need to get those together, and I'd have to put it together at next meeting. Yeah, because I've had transcripts done, and it does not reflect what is in the minutes. So, so I would like to come back next meeting and
okay, so
reflect the inaccuracies of what was passed. Yeah. I'll withdraw my motion currently.
okay, so you've elected to withdraw your motion, Councillor Gardner.
Yeah.
All right, so unless there is an objection, the local government can agree to the notice of motion being withdrawn. If there are objections, I'm not sensing any objections, so the notice of motion has been withdrawn by Councillor Gardner. Thank you, Bailey. If you could just stay for one more, or maybe more than that even, but just for the time being. Withdrawn. Thanks, Councillor. And we move then to item 13.3 on the agenda. This is a motion that has been brought forward by Councillor Gardner requesting independent legal advice on the conflict of interest provisions in the Local Government Act 2009. My advice is that Councillor Gardner wishes for this motion to be withdrawn. Is that also the case, Councillor Gardner? Okay, so again, unless there are objections from the local government, then that motion will be withdrawn. There's none, so that motion has been withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Thank you, Bailey. Okay, so now we move to item 13.4. This is a notice of motion that has been brought forward by Councillor Melissa Taylor relating to the Toowoomba Aerodrome. Now, it is just after 12, but we do have members of the public who are in the gallery here with us. So, councillors, I would like to push ahead out of sort of courtesy and respect for the members in the public gallery who are with us, and we'll just see how the time goes, and we'll consider lunch later. So on this motion, there are two conflicts of interest. Councillor Gary Gardner has a prescribed conflict of interest and will leave the meeting. I have a declarable conflict of interest and will also leave the meeting. We need to appoint a chair, and Councillor Gardner, you and I can participate in that because it is not relative to the actual motion. So we need to appoint a chair in the absence of myself because of my declarable conflict of interest. Can I have a nominee for that? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to nominate Councillor James O'Shea.
Thank you for that. Councillor O'Shea, do you accept? And Councillor McMahon, do you second? Thank you. All of those who are in favour, that is carried. All right, so I'll vacate the chair. Councillor O'Shea will chair this meeting.
Okay. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Rebecca Vonhoff, who I think agrees doing an outstanding job in this position with a fair bit going on. So we'll do our best to move through it. So do we need to close the door? No, it's open meeting. So councillors, so essentially we are at this item, so around the Toowoomba Aerodrome. So the mover of the motion is Councillor Melissa Taylor. So to begin, I might ask Councillor Taylor, would you like to speak to what you're bringing forward?
Thank you, Chair. The motion I bring forward today is that Council receive a report by the 30th of June 2025 regarding establishing the Toowoomba Aerodrome as a separate controlled entity of Council. The reason for the motion is 1, transparency and accountability. Establishing the Toowoomba Aerodrome as a separate controlled entity ensures clear governance, financial oversight and decision-making, enhancing public confidence. 2, efficiency and agility. Operating independently of local government constraints allows for streamlined processes, quicker decision-making and improved responsiveness to industry needs. And 3, innovation and effectiveness. A separate entity fosters a more commercial, focused approach, enabling innovation, strategy, partnerships and long-term growth opportunities.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So, councillors, that's the motion that's been put forward. So I propose moving forward. So there's obviously the opportunity for questions, not only of the mover of the motion, but I note that we have officers in the room as well that will be able to answer any questions necessary. I'll also, I suppose, open the opportunity at the moment. There's a mover of the motion. If there is someone who's willing to second it at this point in time, the opportunity is there, or I'm happy to go to questions. So, questions, Councillor Shine, question?
No, thanks, Chair. You mentioned that the general managers are in the room, and particularly in relation to the financial aspects. I wonder if the general manager of corporate affairs would be prepared to make a comment in relation to the feasibility of the proposal encompassed in the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. So I believe your question's directed to Anne-Marie, the Manager of Corporate Services. Anne-Marie, do you want to come forward, or have you got a microphone? Yeah. Councillor Shine, sorry. Yep. I mean, if you're fine with that, Anne-Marie, or do you want the question repeated?
No, sorry, I just asked for the question to be clarified. I didn't quite hear, so sorry about that.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We should have a seconder before we have a mover. We don't have a seconder.
I believe with the motion, I put that forward with the motion being put forward. I'm happy to seek clarification around that, but my understanding was obviously the motion's been put. There's questions being asked. I provided an opportunity if someone wanted to jump in and second it, but I'll seek clarification with that though, Councillor Taylor, just before we proceed, because I'm sorry, Acting CEO might ask your determination.
We've been taking questions on items before having a mover and a seconder for the majority of the meeting. So I think questions are allowable for the point of determining whether someone will be prepared to second the motion.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Yeah, and that's sort of the position, councillors, as I sort of mentioned before, I was happy to take, because obviously I know this is an issue that there might be some questions around. As I said, I did put the opportunity out there if someone wanted to second it. That hasn't been forthcoming at this stage, so I'm happy to go to questions. Councillor Shine asked a question. I'll ask the...
Not sure whether Anne-Marie was able to hear what I said, that was all. And
so that's all. I just asked for clarification. They're walking past.
Well, we'll rewind. Councillor Shine, would you like to repeat the question, please?
Yeah, well, basically, do you have a view as to the financial viability of what is proposed in the motion with respect to the aerodrome?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So, yeah, we have two controlled entities at the moment. We have three controlled entities at the moment. The Empire Theatre, the Empire Theatre Foundation and TISB. And we report to Council on a quarterly basis on those entities, including last week's committee. At the May meeting last year, we agreed, we had a 2-year time frame to do a full review of operations and economic impact of the Toowoomba Aerodrome. That review is almost finalised. Now, we haven't received the report yet, but we have undertaken to bring that report to Council in March. I've got an information session booked, but as I said, the report's not here yet. We've asked for that report to be provided and that we can make it public to all the lessees at the aerodrome. And following today's meeting, I'm happy to reach out to the consultants to include any recommendations that we get from council today to be included in that, the report that's coming to you as soon as possible. Does that help?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Thank you, Anne-Marie. So we've got Councillor Adueno.
Thank you, Chair. My question was on the same vein of the current review that's taking place and when we will get the results for that. So Anne-Marie has answered that question by saying that it's coming to us in March. Is that correct? And I guess a question for the mover of the motion is, do you anticipate, I guess, have we got enough time to incorporate the feedback from that review into a report coming to us by June? Is there enough time?
Yes, I think that is possible, and I'm very happy to follow up on that this afternoon. So following whatever decisions are made here, I'll reach out to the consultants, and stakeholder engagement process finished before Christmas, so most of the leasees would have had that opportunity to engage with the consultants, and I'll reach out to them this afternoon and make sure this suggestion from Councillor Melissa is incorporated.
And just following on from that, because I would really like to see some more transparency and accountability around the airport, looking at efficiency and agility and innovation and effectiveness, as Councillor Melissa has said. I just concerned about the timings of this and making sure that the whole review is incorporated into this, and knowing that the other part of the Aerodrome, and this is in relation to the renewal of leases, and this is just a question in a public forum for the community to know that, yes, we are working on them. Can I have a council officer please just give us an update on when we anticipate having all of those outstanding leases renewed? An approximate timeline, please.
Thanks, Councillor Farquhar. I'll ask Acting General Manager of Environment Community Services, Paul Reynolds.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the question. Councillors, we do have an information session tomorrow to specifically work through details associated with the leases. So the market rental review has been undertaken, which is a separate body of work to what General Manager Anne-Marie just spoke about. The general standard lease conditions have been reviewed by an external organisation as well, and pending the outcome of the discussion tomorrow in the information session, we should be able to move forward relatively quickly in relation to that. So it's imminent.
Okay, great. Thanks, Paul. And it's comforting to hear that it's coming to us tomorrow, but I kind of wish it was already, we'd had it before this current vote. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Melissa, I know that question was mainly directed at officers. Did you have anything you wanted to add to anything that's been said?
No, not really. This motion really has nothing to do with the leases. This is about looking at a report about a controlled entity structure proposed. So thank you for the question. And I knew that CIS session was coming tomorrow.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Carl?
Thanks, Chair. Just given the report in March, and I'm not familiar with the infrastructure there and the agreements around that and what council's ownership is in that and the makeup and detail like that. So I have two questions. Wouldn't it be wise for us to wait until the report in March for this motion? It may well inform us in greater detail. I imagine it will. And the other thing is, if there's not a desire for us to wait for that report around, because I'm an advocate of wholly owned subsidiaries run properly to share the risk on council's balance sheet as a consolidated organisation. Not against that at all. I would just need to understand some of perhaps unintended consequences, because I don't believe one size fits all when it comes to subsidiary entities of council. The other suggestion is if there's not a will to wait until March to be a little bit more enlightened about some of the issues, then in the opening line of and this is to you, Councillor Melissa, would you consider that council, instead of regarding establishing the Toowoomba Aerodrome as a separate controlled entity, receive a report or investigating the establishment of the Toowoomba Aerodrome as a separate? Because that gives us a little bit of leeway in the process to consider this report in further discussions and what that looks like. That's all. So,
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I might, Councillor Melissa, as the mover of the motion, did you want to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Carl. I'm happy with that. That's quite semantics in as far as I'm concerned. So it has the same intent as my motion. So if you would like to reiterate those words, I have no problem with that.
yeah, thanks. It's simply that council receive a report that investigates the establishment, the investigating the establishment of. That's the 3 words, investigating. But remove that. Yeah.
Sorry, the only thing I would change there is that, well, before I read it completely, is that receive a report by the 30th of January, because otherwise if you leave it, it'll sound like we want this to have, the controlled entity to be in place by the 30th of June, which is not the intent.
Okay, we'll just work through the words here. So, if we just pause for a moment. We had obviously the original motion that was put forward, but no seconder. So it's so this could potentially become the motion once we just get the words in place.
Chair, I don't believe it's a substantial change from what Councillor Melissa's.
No.
And I just would like a answer to the first question when there's opportunity around waiting for the report and the idea of how that might. Anyway.
Okay, so we'll just get through the wording of this, and then in regards to the answer to Councillor Carl's first question, that I might hand over to the acting CEO at the appropriate time. But councillors, I said, just urge patience. So Wendy's working through this for us. So to the mover of the motion or the suggested changes, is that accurate?
Yes.
So Councillor Taylor, as a mover, you're happy with that? So Councillor Carl, are you seconding that? No, but that's just where that's where the motion sort of sits. Yeah, so I'll hold at that point now. An answer to, so we've reached that point for now in regards to your initial question, Mr. Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry, Councillor Carl, I got distracted with helping with that. So can I have the first question again, please?
I was just simply, we've got an eminent report here. Shouldn't we wait for that report? And hence the reasoning for my words around investigating the establishment. I dare say there will be some content in that will enlighten all of us around potential for this, if in fact it's an option, that sort of stuff.
Look, I think it's a reasonable point, and I guess ultimately that's a matter for councillors to determine. I think that the current review and report that will come to council needs to look at how we most efficiently operate that aerodrome, and including these types of arrangements. So I guess ultimately it's a matter for councillors to determine, the timing of that. Having said that, I think it's work that needs to be done anyway, so as well as potentially other options as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, this will probably all happen sequentially anyway till up until the 30th of June. So I just wanted to qualify, is that going to be, that's hence the reason for investigating the establishment. So that'll be part of the process, I would hope.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Council does have 3 controlled entities, very, very different to what this proposed entity would be. It doesn't include many small businesses that are located at the Aerodrome, whose livelihoods have been put on hold while the said report has been compiled. I can see no reason why this motion can't be left until we have that report, consider what's in that report, and then this would follow on from that as normal practice after it's been considered. I see no reason for the rush for it. Thank you.
So is that a question to the mover?
The question, I guess, is to Councillor Melissa, is would she be prepared to wait with this motion and until due consideration has been given to the report, which has been compiled, taken a long time, everyone's been waiting a long time for it, and it seems to me that one thing doesn't, this should follow the other, proper consideration of the report that's coming to council, rather than rushing, you know, I mean, I see all those things that's been mentioned for the reason for this are already happening out at the Aerodrome, otherwise the businesses wouldn't survive. So at the end of the day, I think that we're all waiting. We've been waiting a long time for this report.
So I'll go to...
So I guess my question of the mover, it's most unusual to have all this.
Okay, so your question is the mover willing to...
My question is, would you consider deferring this until council has had due consideration of the report that is to be presented to it next month?
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Councillor Carl and I thank Councillor Carroll-Taylor for their questions. I am somewhat, I have surety from General Manager Emery, Acting CEO Nick Hauser, about this is work that can be incorporated in the report that is coming, AEC report, and also work that needs to be done. You've actually answered my question perfectly, or my reason, Councillor Taylor. There needs to be surety out at the Aerodrome. There is so much uncertainty out there at the moment that I truly believe in the Aerodrome. It's an incredible asset for our region, and it's about my motion, and I don't want to go into debate because I've got, I want to speak to it, but to answer your question, we need to get surety, and it needs to happen yesterday. So that's why I'm bringing the motion today.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor, so for answering Councillor Taylor's question. So I've got Councillor Manteifel.
Okay, just looking at this holistically, I would prefer that we wait for the report in March, which will give a whole...
I'll say, is there a question with it, sorry, Councillor Manteifel, just because we can go to debate, obviously, if there's people who want to go. But I'm happy to, if there's a question.
will come.
Yep, proceed.
Wait for that report because it's going to have all the pros and cons and everything else. Leases are being established, signed off now, all those other things. And my question is the same as Councillor Carroll-Taylor's to Councillor Melissa Taylor. Would she be prepared to wait? I know she's answered that question, but that was my question.
Okay, so unless your answer's changed in the last, so same. So thanks, Councillor Manteifel. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thank you. My question was exactly the same as the last three. Whilst I think there is perhaps some merit in a controlled entity, we've been on seat's edge since almost the start of this term, waiting for the long-awaited report, and it might say everything's going great. So I was actually going to ask if this could be deferred until after the report, those two info sessions at least.
Okay, so I just want to again bring us back. We're in questions here, so if going to please request that obviously if there's anything that they are questions, again we can go to debate and things like that if it gets to that point, and understanding as well the motion still doesn't have a seconder as we stand. I've got Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the mover, for Councillor Taylor. Have you considered, I know you've just got here as a separate entity, but have you considered other entities like a PPP, public-private partnership? The reason for this question is I'm concerned that the report will come with recommendations and why we're looking at just one specific outcome and not a holistic approach of all different types of ways aerodromes are run.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Yes, I have looked at that and I have investigated, and with the information that I've been presented from officers, and was quite extensive information, and with the experience that I've had both as a board member of the Empire Theatre, as a foundation member through my business of Tisby, my experience with a controlled entity, without setting a precedent for my decision when this comes, I believe the controlled entity is an excellent structure that would assist the business owners and the aerodrome to successfully succeed in the future, better than what it is now. So a controlled entity, and my motion stands. Okay, thank you. I believe in this motion, and I respectfully thank you all for your questions.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I've got just online a question. Mayor McDonald, you've got a question?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, it's been a really good discussion, and I have to say thank you, Councillor Melissa, for bringing this forward for a discussion. I think we all want the same thing here, which is the best outcome for the community and the operators of a very busy aerodrome, the Toowoomba Aerodrome. So I just wondered whether, based on, Councillor Melissa, based on your question the question through to Anne-Marie and Anne-Marie's answer, I wonder whether the motion could more simply be the council have the opportunity to consider operating models including a council-controlled entity when making a decision based on the research and studies that will be that we'll receive, something along those lines. Only that I understand exactly where you're coming from, and there's some uneasiness clearly in the room as to just nailing down a particular model. And rather than setting out all of those, which Councillor Edwina has mentioned, it sounds very, very much like Anne-Marie has outlined that the various options will be included. So I think if you were to consider that council have the opportunity to consider operating models, including a council-owned controlled entity, when making a decision based on a report, because there's a report coming to council in March, which will include that, or just simply say that council have the opportunity to consider operating models, including a council-controlled entity for council-owned controlled entity for the operating of the Toowoomba Aerodrome. Because I'm assuming you're not wanting all of the aerodromes, it's the Toowoomba Aerodrome which you're based on. And just simply have it as that, so that it's that we have the consideration of that as well as all those other ones. So it's a consideration of operating models, including that. So it doesn't restrict us to that model. Probably a few more words at the end of there that we don't really need, to be honest. In fact, you could probably put a full stop after aerodrome. Council have the opportunity to consider. The council consider, you're wordsmithing this as we go now, which is always dangerous. The council consider operating models, including a council-owned controlled entity for the operation of the Toowoomba Aerodrome. Which I think just gives some freedom for all of those things that have been discussed, and finish where I start, Councillor Melissa, and that is just, I think we all want the same thing, the best outcome for an operating model, and I'm hopeful that by you emphasising that particular area, which obviously you're very keen on, then that can be included as one of those which Anne-Marie has mentioned that she will do, but it just puts it in writing and has it clearly as one of those options, as well as the PPP and operating as it is, to be honest. So all of those will come through in the wash over the next month, I'd say.
Okay, thank you.
I just hope that achieves what the mover is chasing, but also gives comfort to councillors and the community that that'll be one of the options that will be presented.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I'll ask the mover of the motion, Councillor Melissa, your thoughts on what has been proposed, and it's before us there that council consider operating models, including a council-owned, controlled entity for the operation of the Toowoomba Aerodrome.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the Mayor for his input. And I 100% agree. We all want the same thing. You know, I chaired the advisory committee for 4 years. I 100% support the Aerodrome, and what we want is the best outcome for the community, for our region, and also, most importantly, for the businesses out there, for what they contribute. So before, for the fear of going into debate, I absolutely want the same as everyone in this room. And I thank you again for your questions. And if it brings comfort to the room to get this across the line, then I am happy to do that, because we really need to do something about this aerodrome to give surety to the businesses out there and to the community that we are doing the right thing with public funds for the community and also for the aerodrome businesses. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Councillor Taylor. So you're happy to move that motion that is before us now?
Yep.
So it's sitting there. I'll ask online the Mayor, are you happy to second that? Give you that opportunity.
Yeah, more than happy to second it. Chair, yeah, more than happy to second it.
So there's a mover and a seconder for the motion as it sits, okay? So I think we still have a few more questions. So I'm sorry, I had Councillor Manteuffel, then Councillor Shine.
Just going back to consultation, be directed at Councillor Melissa. Has there been any consultation with the owners, leaseholders there in your putting this motion forward?
I haven't, but I personally haven't. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I personally haven't, but I know that there has been discussion with operators out there.
Thanks, Councillor Manteuffel. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks. Just considering the mood of the meeting, I think it does require a time limit to be put on that issue. That consideration, be concluded. I think before it was going to be a couple of months or by June or whatever. At the moment, that could be forever before it's actually done.
Councillor Melissa, yes.
Thanks, Chair. Anne-Marie, may I ask General Manager Anne-Marie her thoughts?
Yes. Anne-Marie, so this is around timelines for this to come back.
So is that around timelines to establish an entity or to timelines
to investigate?
So what I can do is reach out to our consultants, because I know part of the work they're doing is around the operating model, how best to support the Aerodrome business and the community. So I think, can I take that one on notice? So we will have a report to Council in March, but that's to an information session. That's to an information session, not a report to committee. So a report won't come until probably the April or May committee following that report. But there isn't a report at this stage. So as soon as the report comes through, so really, I don't know how long the investigation would take. So, I think there's a lot of work being done, so perhaps we can piggyback on what we've already done. So if you can give me some time to find out.
Sorry, General Manager Emery, which was to the point when I we've discussed not the contents of the report, but when the report was coming to council and the parameters around that report, including the possible operating models. So I knew that this could be piggybacked on that. So if we could then reiterate the 30th of June 2025, would that be sufficient time?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So we're going to add we'll have the addition of that timeline of 30 June. So mover's happy with that. Seconder, are you comfortable with that amendment?
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
So mover and second are comfortable with it. So again, we have a motion that sits as it stands at the moment, councillors. But again, I've got a few other questions. That was your final, councillor. So I've got Councillor Edwina.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, just in the motion, I was going to suggest we actually reference following, like, receipt of the report on consideration of the recommendations within.
So say that, sorry.
Operation, the council received a report. Consider operating models, including a council-owned entity for the operation. Yeah, basically we received this report after we received the review into the Aerodrome and the recommendation, considering the recommendations that will be within that review. I don't know, maybe we don't need to know.
The mover and the seconder are comfortable where it sits. Do you maintain that position, or based on?
I'm just curious. I don't quite understand your question, Councillor Farquhar. Because to me, that sentence there covers that.
There's still questions, Councillor Taylor. So a question has been asked of the mover, which they're entitled to do, and the mover now is considering that and answering that question. So that's where we stand at the moment. So look, I think
I just don't feel it reflects the recommendations that are going to be in the report that we've been waiting months for.
Councillor Farquhar, we're probably in a position where I said there's a mover and a seconder that are comfortable with it. So there's the chance to foreshadow or amend. But do I take it that the mover, I'll just reiterate, so the mover and the seconder are comfortable with what we had? Councillor Melissa, is that correct? You were comfortable with what it was before? Mayor McDonald, a seconder, you were comfortable with what it was before?
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy with what it was with the 30 June.
Yep.
The 30 June actually will take into effect the March, April, the timeframes that the General Manager said. It takes into account those reports that will come back, and they'll include those options. And I dare say that by 30 June, hopefully this council can make a decision on what that operating model is. That's the assumption that I've made, and the intent, I believe, that Councillor Melissa is chasing.
Okay.
So the work done prior will be those information sessions and a council report that'll take place.
Okay, so motion and seconder sit. Councillor Farquhar, you can consider foreshadow or amendment. So I've got Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just for a degree of comfort, we've heard from General Manager Corporate Services, but as the council asset operator, I'd just like to hear General Manager Brady's views, if he's comfortable with the timing of how that may proceed. I gather there's a few parts for us to cover off in this process.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. GM Brady, are you happy to answer that question?
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Look, I'm happy with the resolution, I think, and I think as GM Anne-Marie's pointed out, our intention is to have that session with Council next month with the report from AEC. We'll take that forward. The next step, obviously, is then formulating a report to Council on options going forward. And, yeah, this just tailors into that. So I'm quite comfortable with what's being proposed. I think the timeline's reasonable, but if there is any issues, we'll come back to Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. that answers your question, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I want to move a motion, please. I want to move an amendment, foreshadow an amendment to this motion, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to move an amendment that this motion be deferred to allow the report on the Toowoomba Aerodrome to be presented to Council and considered by Council. It won't come till March. Nothing's saying it's going to become before our meeting schedules in March, so it won't really come till April. I think that it allows councillors to... I'm not privy to anything that's happened about any discussions about entities or what's in the report or anything else. But I am aware that there has been no consultation with the businesses out at the airport that has been considered. It's been stated there was, but I understand there has not. And I would think that deferment to some time after Council has had time to go through the report, the recommendations in the report, and allow consultation with the aerodrome businesses out there prior to moving this. I think it's
so Councillor Taylor, that would be
not
a foreshadowed
showing any respect.
motion. So that
Thank
would be,
you.
that would be
I'm
a
foreshadowing that
foreshadowed
motion. Thank you.
So that's it would be a foreshadowed motion because it changes the intent. Okay, so can we just confirm your wording? So Wendy's just put it that Council defer this matter until receipt of the report
On the Toowoomba City Aerodrome to be presented to Council, its contents considered and the its contents and the recommendations included be considered, allow time to be considered by Council and allow consultation with aerodrome businesses prior to suggesting anything that we might go forward with. Thank you.
Okay, well, just what I propose, councillors, I'll just let Wendy get this through and then just get confirmation from the mover of the foreshadowed motion, and then I'm suggesting that we probably close questions and we move towards vote/debate. So, but we will. So we have a motion with a mover and a seconder. We have a foreshadowed motion which we're just finalising. So, Councillor Carroll, you're comfortable with this as? I'll confirm this and then we'll move forward from that. So that Council defer this matter until. So this is the foreshadowed motion that's been moved by Councillor Carroll, that Council defer this matter until receipt of the report on the Toowoomba City Aerodrome to be considered by Council and its contents and recommendations included.
That doesn't sound right.
Jump in. What are we throwing at you?
May I offer some assistance to Councillor Carroll that Council defer this matter until receipt of the review of the Toowoomba City Aerodrome be presented to Council. Full stop.
No, I don't agree with that because we need to have time to go through the content and consider what recommendations are made prior to any other.
Can we settle on the wording of the foreshadowed motion? Councillor Carroll, it's your foreshadowed motion.
It absolutely is. So thank you, Councillor Tim. Matter until receipt of the review of that and to present it to Council, time be allowed to consider, consider the contents and recommendations included in that report. Included in the report. Full stop. I think that will do. Consultation. We are obliged to do consultation, so that shouldn't need to be put in there. Thank you.
Okay, so again, thank you, Wendy. You've been amazing dealing with all this on the run. We will just confirm this position. Yeah.
No, it is the review. It is the review, not the report. There's been a considered review of the operations out there, so it's not actually a report. A report will come to Council on the review. Thank you.
So are we comfortable with where we sit now?
new into the Toowoomba City Aerodrome and is presented to council.
Full stop. Okay, so that is the foreshadowed motion, councillors. There's a motion, just a state of play, just for everyone in the room playing. There's a motion on the books, moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Mayor McDonald. There's a foreshadowed motion put forward by Councillor Carol Taylor. We're in the position now, obviously, with the original motion that has been put. I'll ask whether we go to vote or debate, and obviously if that motion is to fail, we then go to the foreshadowed motion. So for everyone, I'll just, Acting CEO, you're comfortable? We're happy to proceed? We'll just make sure we get this. Okay, so it'll allow. Okay, all right. So that's where we sit. That's the scenario. So initial, if we can just scroll back up so we know where we're at. The initial motion, which I said as a mover and a seconder. If that can be put on the screen, please. Okay, so that. So we'll just highlight the. Okay, so moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by the Mayor. Does anyone wish to go into debate? No debate. As the mover of the motion, I know we've gone through this process, but now you've put it forward. Would you like to sum up? So there's no debate, but as the mover of the motion, I'll provide you that opportunity. Would you like to say a few words, Councillor Melissa, before we go to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, colleagues and community. I applaud the discussion that's occurred this afternoon because it clearly demonstrates the importance of our aerodrome. And I say our aerodrome. The Toowoomba Aerodrome is a significant asset for our region, supporting aviation, business and economic growth. However, as it currently operates within the broader local government framework, it faces constraints that limit its ability to be agile, innovative and commercially effective as it could be. By exploring the possibility of transitioning to a controlled entity or other structure, we can examine ways to improve transparency, accountability, and effectiveness in its operations. I understand that some members of our community may not be familiar with the concept of a controlled entity. Simply put, a controlled entity is a separate organisation that is owned or significantly influenced by council. It operates with its own management structure and decision-making processes, but remains accountable to council through reporting requirements and governance frameworks. This allows the entity to be more responsive and commercially focused while still ensuring transparency and oversight. This model isn't new to us. Council has already demonstrated the success of this structure through entities such as the Empire Theatre Foundation, and the Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise, otherwise known as TSB. These organisations have benefited from being able to operate with a degree of independence while still being accountable to council. This structure has allowed them to grow, attract investment and deliver significant value to our region. Outcomes that we should be aiming for with the aerodrome as well. A controlled entity would allow our aerodrome to operate outside the procedural constraints of local government while maintaining clear oversight by council. It would provide greater flexibility to respond to industry needs, attract investment and explore commercial opportunities that will benefit the broader Toowoomba community. This structure provides a scenario that will deliver more surety of tenure, more transparency, and less risk. Contrary to some commentary, exploring the structure of a controlled entity does not mean selling or privatising our aerodrome. It's quite the opposite. It is actually about exploring the best way to support our aerodrome and its operations. Supporting the motion posed today does not commit Council to any structural changes. It simply ensures that we receive a detailed report outlining the potential benefits, risks, and considerations of such a transition. With this information at hand, we can make a well-informed decision about the future governance of this really important asset. I urge my fellow councillors to support this motion. The aerodrome has been in enough flux. We need to undertake a thorough review and explore the best way to position our Toowoomba Aerodrome for its long-term success. I also request that TRC engage with interested community members to receive their feedback. This is imperative. And I thank you again for all your feedback today and your commentary, and the commentary that was received through different channels over the last 24 hours. I commend this motion to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. So with that, I will put the motion, councillors. So again, just to reiterate, it's before us here that Council consider operating models, including a Council-owned controlled entity for the operation of the Toowoomba Aerodrome, and the Council receive a report by 30 June 2025. Moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Mayor Jeff McDonald. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many in the room? Is that part? So that's carried. We'll need a division of the vote though. So again, just a division. Just again, if we can just hands in the air one more time. Those in favour. So it's Councillor Melissa, Councillor Carl, Councillor Shine, Mayor McDonald, and myself. And against, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Edwina Farquhar, Councillor Trevor Mantyfel, and Councillor Tim McMahon. Okay. All right, so that closes that item. So, councillors, with that, I'd suggest we. Oh, we'll have to get the others back into the room, and then we. Yeah, I think we'll have to get them back into the room post that then to defer. So basically, councillors, we'll just get the deputy mayor back, and then obviously we'll play musical chairs, switch out, and the meeting will proceed with a deferral for lunch, I would assume.
Okay, so thanks very much, Councillor O'Shea, for assuming the chair. We're 5 minutes to 1. I move that we adjourn the meeting for lunch. If we could have a mover that we adjourn. Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Mantyfel has seconded. All of those who are in favour. That's everybody, including the Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So let's come back 20 to 2. That gives us 40-ish minutes. So 20 to 2 will return. Thank you. Right, councillors, we're back to pick up the agenda where we left off, and then we've got the Mayor online. Thank you very much, Mayor. We move to item 14, any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda. And Councillor O'Shea has brought to our attention that he wishes to raise an issue concerning the attraction of further major events to the region. Now, the first thing that we have to do is seek permission from the council that the motion comes to the table. So, Councillor O'Shea, that motion would be that in accordance with best practice, example, standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings, March 2024, permission be granted to consider at this meeting the attraction of further major events to the region. And that's your motion, and I've got a seconder.
Correct.
Yeah, that's to bring it forward. That's just to bring the motion to the table. And Councillor McMahon, you're still comfortable with seconding it coming to us? Okay, thank you. Seconder, Councillor McMahon. All those in favour of the motion coming to the table? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so then we move on to the actual substantive motion. Councillor O'Shea, would you like to read out your motion, please?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So thanks, councillor. So the motion basically is that council investigates opportunities to collaborate with other levels of government and stakeholders to attract further major events to our region. So that's the motion that I'm putting forward today. Madam Chair, are you happy for me to speak to it, or?
I might just get a seconder before we progress any further. I saw Councillor Farquhar's hand, so we've got a mover and a seconder. If you'd like to speak to it, Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, councillors. So, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward. Obviously, just the timing-wise is just more as a result. I think many of us that obviously have seen or attended across the weekend and saw the NRL pre-season trial on the weekend, which was a complete sellout, with people actually so many people wanting to attend being turned away. But then on top of that, we had the fan day on Saturday, which also had had a large number of people attend, and then obviously also on Friday. And I think, we often speak about how, we're a pretty proud rugby league region, and I think events like the weekend certainly showcase that. And you add that on top of the success recently last year when we had the State of Origin squad in town here, and it was attended by over 5,000 fans, and QRL had reported at the time it's the largest attendance that they'd had at a fan day. So my reasoning for sort of bringing this forward, and it's actually quite interesting now as well, noting that there's some sort of media about it as well, is just obviously it sort of showcased to me, being present there, obviously, that there is such an appetite around this. I want to stress this motion does not implicate anything financially in terms of putting money towards or anything like that. It's basically just more or less saying, okay, let's open those channels of dialogue between the state government, our local officers, other stakeholders around here, and really look at what opportunities that there are out there to be able to attract other major events to our region. Because as I said, the reason I say it is because, again, the weekend was just another example to me that we have our community has shown a real appetite to support events like this. So I think it's a really, really good opportunity, as I said, to collaborate with all different levels of government, and in particular because as we continue our quest, our dream, our hope in terms of obviously the 2032 Olympics, it's just more opportunities to showcase our region and just basically showcase our ability to host major events in the region. So that's all it is, Deputy Mayor. I think it's quite broad, but I just think it's timing-wise and what we've seen, just a really good opportunity, as I said, to see what role council can play on other levels here, just to really capitalise on some of the big events that we've seen here recently.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor O'Shea. Are there any questions for Councillor O'Shea? Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Councillor James. I think it's a very worthwhile sentiment there. I'm surprised that we in the past, that we haven't taken up opportunities that have come our way, and presumably they've come our way via stakeholders, might be the rugby league or other sporting groups or community groups. And if we don't have something in place to regularise that and to encourage further opportunities being taken advantage of, that it's wise to do this. But my question is, looking at the newspaper today and seeing the vast packed crowd there at the stadium grounds, I wondered how many more people could have been catered for had we gone ahead with the proposal to have the stadium rebuilt there. Do you have any idea about that, or whether people knocked back? And sorry.
We'll just keep the one question and one speaker at a time. Thanks, Councillor Shine.
And secondly, whether or not there have been any complaints that you're aware of with respect to parking difficulties and so on.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, in regards to your question around how many we turned away, I don't know, but I know that obviously there was people that were turned away, and how many more we could have had. Speculation, I suppose, and probably potentially through the state government who ran the event, there might be opportunity to see, I don't know what the exact numbers sit around that. So that's probably not one to go into. And like the question you raised before, is there any parking difficulties and things like that? That's where I think, there'll be an analysis, obviously, of the event that occurred on the weekend, and that's sort of why, again, as well, I think that's that opportunity for council to certainly be involved, or at least, having a seat at the table, so sort of understanding what sort of difficulties or, what worked, what didn't work, and things around that. So, and like you sort of said as well, Councillor Shine, I think there is, there's several opportunities out there where we've seen different stakeholders bring different events, not just sporting events as well. That's the other thing I probably should stress. Just sporting is topical at the moment as a result of what we saw on the weekend. So it's more so just, it's just having a seat at the table to be able to have that opportunity to create those sort of, whether it's formalised partnerships or groups or whatever else. It just looks at opportunities to attract events, and but in terms of the those specific questions, it's probably not really. It's probably not really one that I can probably answer, and I'll stress as well. Probably the motion isn't focused only on the stadium. It's more just obviously major events that can be attracted. Probably the best way I can answer that.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Shine, anything further? No, nothing further. Councillor Menteifel.
Yes, while we're talking about major sporting events, obviously the focus at the moment has been the football at the weekend, but obviously we've got hockey, we've got lawn bowls. I think there was a croquet competition at the weekend up at Laurelbank Park. We got the marathon, so yes. And is it something that the Mayor brings up at one of those meetings with state and federal members to see what can be done?
Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Councillor Menteifel. I think, my understanding is that is a question that the Mayor's asking or talking constantly about. And you mentioned other sporting events, but I said it's broader than that. It's generally that. That's why I keep it in that definition of major events, whether it's, who knows what sort of, any sort of event here where we can attract obviously people and provide opportunities and avenues for things to be happening. Because as I said, it's just another example. The weekend highlighted to me the appetite that this region has to support these sort of events. So I think it's just important that we, that we just ensure that we're doing our best to put our best foot forward, just to be involved and included in these conversations.
Thanks, Councillor Menteifel. Any further questions for Councillor O'Shea? If not, we've got a mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor Farquhar. The Council investigates opportunities to collaborate with other levels of government and stakeholders to attract further major events to our region. Any need to go into a debate? If not, we'll go to the vote. All of those who are in favour? All of those who are opposed? Mayor, I can't see your hand. Yeah, thank you. Mayor, that's in favour?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you
That's
very
correct.
much. That's carried without dissent. Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Looking forward on the agenda, we have the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for February 2025, but according to item 15, it requires closing the meeting to the public, and the reason for doing so is that this report contains industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals of Local Government Regulation 2012. So can I have a mover, please, that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for 2025. Councillor Manteifel and Councillor Shine, all those in favour? Thank you, that is carried. Thank you for that. Wendy, are we live? We are. Okay, thank you. So item 16.1 was the confidential Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for February 2025. The motion for us to consider is that Council note the Acting Chief Executive Officer's advice. Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor McMahon and a seconder, Councillor Manteifel. Those who are in favour? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That is carried. All right, thank you, councillors. We move to the group reports on the agenda. First up, we have the Planning and Development Group Report 17.1, and I can see the Acting General Manager, Jade Bebbington, is coming up. Good afternoon, Jade. So over to you, Jade, for the group report for February, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I'll take the report as read. Thank you.
Any questions for Jade, Acting General Manager Jade? Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Chair. Acting General Manager, could I refer you to the economic development part of the report? And the first item is Community Economic Development Grant, indicating that the grant is open and will close on the 1st of March, which is not long away. I'm just wondering if you could give us some more detail about that grant scheme, what it entails, and to whom it's been promoted.
I can give you a brief overview, and then I've got Anthony, Manager of Economic Development, to fill in the details. We've got $40,000 a year for that grant, and I might ask Anthony to provide you with specifics as to the comprehensive approach that's been taken to promote that across the region, and the detail around who he's been engaging with around that.
Good afternoon, councillors. So yes, this is the second tranche, technically, of this grant. The first one, though, we suspended because we're still formulating the economic development team. So there is a full bucket of funds, $40,000 for this tranche. I'm very keen to, I've been very keen to go out and make sure that was promoted as effectively as possible to ensure good uptake, which we're still working on, I guess. So it was originally promoted at the Regional Business Forum in Pittsworth last November, which was attended by 6 of the smaller chambers and progress associations, as well as the chamber from Toowoomba. In January, we did a webinar specific to promoting that grant and invited the Chambers and Progress Association. The uptake on that webinar wasn't great. The 2 that did attend were Oakey and Highfields. We've made the offer. The webinar was highlighted the fact that there is as much assistance as Chambers or Progress Associations would like in putting their applications together. I've opted out of being on the review panel to allow me to work closely with them if they want that, in order to work up good, solid projects. I've put a folder in the cloud that contains, can't remember, probably 15 to 20 resources around small town revival and growth that involve case studies and all sorts of other information on how small towns have revitalised themselves, both in Australia, America and the UK, and that's intended to prompt some thinking outside the box, come up with ideas that we can then explore with them. And we did a specific media release for that grant, as well as a general grant media release as well a few weeks ago. There are discussions underway. I checked yesterday and no applications have been submitted yet. So this week and next week, one of the key jobs is to shake the tree and encourage people to put in applications. One of the challenges with this grant, though, is that a lot of those smaller chambers and progress associations are volunteer groups. And so they've got to find the time, and I believe they do, they will appreciate some help in doing that. And part of that also is to update, the offer is there to update, and we're working towards this as we get more staff, to update their community growth plans for each township, because moving forward, if they're updated, that should inform use of that grant program.
No, thank you. I suppose most of the towns have, at least one annual event. Might be the Jacaranda Festival at Gambunji or similar events in most of the other settings that I'm aware of. Is it that type of activity that you would suggest be added on to, or that you wish to see, or is it something different altogether?
Yep, thank you for that question. And through the chair, So as long as it's got a sound economic development basis to it, we would absolutely encourage them to apply and we'd support those applications. So, it could be fine tuning or leverage an existing event to draw new money into the township. It could be to establish a completely new event. It could be capability development for local businesses around things like, one of my favourite topics, workforce planning. We're reaching out to, actually we're in discussion, I reschedule a meeting with the Oakey Chamber to talk about some stuff about local purchase, which we'll probably do in the next day or so. I'm keen to talk to a couple of the townships around art trail strategies that tie into the Wanganui report that you've received as well. So it's quite open as long as there's that economic development linkage to it.
Thank you. Just finally, you mentioned you're aware of a variety of other activities, both in Australia and elsewhere, that might be appropriate. I take it you've let those alliances and organisations aware of those, or will do?
Absolutely. So from the get-go, I've engaged our community development officer team. They've received the links to those resources to pass on to the Chambers and Progress Association, and those links have also been communicated out to the Chambers and Progress Association through the Darling Downs Regional Alliance as well. So they should have received access to those resources from a couple of different parties. But the more the merrier. So if you're talking, to the townships that you're responsible for, please flag it with them, send them my way. I'm really keen. It's running out of time, but really keen to talk about ideas and get some good applications in.
Just finally, forgive me for continuing on, but I attended the Oakey Chamber last week, about a week ago, and they had a workshop there, ideas of what should happen this year, about a dozen different ideas, but they settled on three. One was business breakfast, one was the Santa Fair, and which I think they've had before, and a new one was a kite fest based on what happens at Redcliffe or somewhere like that, I think. I don't know if you get the breeze in Oakey that's required, but is that the sort of thing that could be economic development grant focus?
Yeah, so if it's if it was, look, Oakey's very topical. I had a meeting scheduled this morning at 10:30 with 5 or 6 members of the Oakey Chamber, and I asked to reschedule it because of this meeting. So no doubt they were keen to discuss it. I'm encouraging them to actually put in a couple of applications. I think there's a few things that are coming out of Oakey that would be well worth supporting. Things like a kite festival, potentially, but with something like that, the angle would probably need to be getting the local businesses on board with it to support it. It's no use someone applying for money to run a kite festival out in a paddock. It needs to, how do we support local businesses through the lunches or whatever it might be that attaches to that event? So a kite festival in that town green maybe would be great, but we would work with them on trying to leverage economic benefit for the township.
Yep. Thanks. Nothing further, Councillor Shine? No. Thank you very much for that, Anthony. Perhaps just stay, if you wouldn't mind, because there might be other questions for you. I've got Councillor Melissa Taylor, then Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Mendifel. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I believe this will probably go to you too, Anthony. On page 2 of the report under economic development, so through you, Acting GM Jade, sorry, apologies. There's a section there that says that a joint meeting was held on 20th of January to discuss strategy alignment, review current operating model and inform potential changes to the funding agreement with TISB. Is there a CIS or Councillor Information session coming soon to delve further into that?
Yeah, there will be. Yes, there will be. I need to coordinate that with Bailey. So I have a deadline of the end of March to get a report to Bailey, and then it's likely that it will be Bailey and I presenting that report back in a CIS.
So probably be coming to an ordinary meeting in April sometime?
Our deadline is
End of March?
the end of June
Oh.
to have that locked in. So April, May, I would think, yes.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, if I might. Anthony, wondering how your visits with the Games Independent Infrastructure Coordination Authority on the 21st and 22nd of January went. Was that not you specifically?
No, that was me. So the equestrian, did you say?
How did it go?
Yeah, I think it went well. I think that, so there were 2 days associated with that visit. The first day that I was involved with was essentially the consultants involved with it. I think they were very impressed with the facilities out at the showgrounds and could see the vision. They were also very impressed with the accommodation facilities that we visited at Wellcamp, and they saw potential in those facilities beyond just equestrian, from my memory. But overall, I think was really encouraged by it.
It's a good, productive meeting. I've got several questions, but was hockey at all mentioned in your...
Hockey?
Yeah.
No, it was purely equestrian at that time. It was a few weeks ago.
Thanks for that. A few more actual questions, Chair, perhaps to Jade. The tree canopy project, you've gone out to other councils to ask what they do and how they do it. And I note many have responded. Is that coming to us in an info session, or would you like to give an update now? Is that coming in a formal info session?
At this stage, we hadn't organised an information session to come back. We're still working with GIS on refining the data, but we can certainly organise an information session if you would find that valuable.
Yeah, look, that would be really helpful for me on what other councils do around canopy. I'd be in support of that.
Yep, so we can take that on notice and organise an information session.
Thank you, Jade. Since this was written, has there been any update on the release date of the environmental impact statement on B2G Inland Rail?
We have still not received any information from anybody at this stage.
Thank you for having your external contractors ready to go to review said thing. One more question. I'm interested in the discussion around opportunity for future Toowoomba open house event. Could you fill me in on what that is, please?
I'm not sure. It's a good question. Thank you for the question. I'm not sure whether councillors have ever attended any of the open house events. It's an international event, and at the moment, there's several events running across southeast Queensland. A lot of them run under the banner of the Brisbane Open House, but you've got Gold Coast Open House, Sunshine Coast Open House. Toowoomba used to have an open house event, and strictly speaking, it's about identifying typically architectural sites that are of interest or value to the broader community, and providing them with an opportunity to see behind the curtain, as it was. For a while now, there's been an interest in reinvigorating that. It takes a lot of volunteer manpower, as I'm sure you can appreciate. It's typically on a weekend, and particularly the domestic side of it, so people's houses and that's a lot of impost on the individuals if we're looking that side of it. But so we're sort of trying to start small and look mostly at the commercial spaces. People love the idea of coming and having a look at City Hall and some of the other commercial spaces, Empire Theatre and places like that, to see, inside chamber when council's not sitting and things like that. So we're working with Principal Architect Stephanie Keys, who's been heavily involved in Brisbane Open House herself, and back in the day was involved in Toowoomba Open House, to see whether it's something that we can reinvigorate. And we will come to you at some point with an information session.
Thanks, I'd be very keen. And I suppose the interest to me, noting it was in the architecture and heritage part of your report, is to see homes done well that are sympathetic to the heritage or character overlays of Toowoomba, but are really modern and look good. So, yeah, thanks for that. I'd appreciate more information when it comes to hand. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. No further questions, Councillor McMahon. Great, thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Anthony, if I might, what happens with grants such as this when a township has no chamber or an organisation like that? Because the old Cambodia area has none, no overarching. And I was talking to the post office in there and in Greenmount actually is the centre of the townships because they have no mail delivery. So they have to go to the post office every day to pick up their mail. The Cambodia people telling me, the organisations there were telling me that they don't even know who their CLO is. So, you know, I mean, I guess it would be really good for us to have a little sign in both of those post offices with a number for someone to contact. But that was the role the CLOs were to play when they were first brought into the area, to try to inform groups of things like this that were available. Seems now that we're only dealing with chambers of commerce. What happens if there is no chamber of commerce or overarching? Do those districts just miss out, do they?
I was generalising in relation to chambers of commerce and progress associations. There are examples, Nobby, for example, where it's a craft association who could run a craft event and attract people into the township. But you know, one of the things that I didn't inherit was any sort of central database. So I'm very keen to build that database up of key people in all of our communities throughout our region and have an effective business industry database that I can go to for this type of thing for the economic development branch. So, you know, if you're in contact with people like that, please forward them directly to me.
Thank you. And actually that's really reassuring because they feel that, you know, they do miss out on a lot of things.
I'm happy to talk to them directly every single time.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Manteuffel.
Thanks, you, Chair. One question to Anthony, one question to Jade. With the Community Economic Development Grant, has it been put up on the Toowoomba Region's Facebook page? Are you aware of? So we can all as councillors share it amongst community groups as well?
That's a good question.
Okay. It might be there, but can you check and maybe even renew it?
Yes, yep.
Angus.
All right, I'll take that on notice and investigate it.
That's all cool.
Just before you go to Jade, Councillor Manteuffel, we've got Angus in the room. Are you in a position, do you know, Angus, if that has been shared?
Certainly on the website.
Okay, it's on the website and we'll just have to check if it's been shared through social media.
So like Toowoomba Region. Yeah.
Thanks. Apologies. Councillor Manteuffel, back to you.
Jay, canopy and all that type of stuff, when you do eventually come back to council, please engage Parks and Gardens. I was at a meeting yesterday, and I think Councillor Shine was there as well, a developer wanting to plant numerous amounts of trees and all that, and quite big trees, and Parks and Gardens said, no. Why? I want to know. So it'd be great to engage them and get their response of why.
Through you, Chair. Certainly they're a key stakeholder in our process at the moment, and we can certainly have a conversation with them about the why. We can take that, I guess if that's a question, we can take that on notice. It's probably not for me to answer the why.
And, you know, I can chat to you privately regarding that, so, yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to mention the open house because it's not that many years ago, is it? But it was really, really good. And the one in Brisbane was excellent. You know, the old Masonic Lodge down there and stuff. So I think there's different, they had it for a few years, and Stephanie was key. She was, and it had a great response here. So take on board that it's volunteer heavy, resource heavy, but I think, you know, to share our lovely infrastructure, it's more about the heritage and character, I think, rather than anything modern. But, it was really lovely. I enjoyed it very much, and I think it was well supported. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Farquhar.
Just following on from Councillor Taylor's comment on the open house, I thought Zonta still run them. They're open homes. Is there a huge difference between open house?
I think there is a difference, but we'll get Acting General Manager Jade.
So Renew run Sustainable House Day every year, and I have sent you an email about that. It's on the May the 4th. So that's exciting, and we do always try and support that every year, and that's a wonderful event. And usually there's 3 or more houses, sustainable, well designed for our region, and always worth a look. So, you know, if we do an open house event, we would love to collaborate with Renew on that as well. They were a key collaborator on our Warm Temperate project.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Farquhar. Any further questions, councillors? If not, there is a motion that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Mann-Teifel as the seconder. All of those who are in favour? Thank you. I note your hand, Mayor. Thank you for that. And thanks very much, Jade and Anthony. Very much appreciate all of the information that you could give us. Okay, item 17.2, Water and Waste Services Group Report. And we've got Jake Passier, General Manager Jake Passier, coming up to speak with us. Good afternoon, General Manager Jake.
Afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council.
Over to you.
I'm sticking with the theme of this afternoon, happy to take the report as read.
Excellent.
And if there are any questions, more than happy to do my best to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillors, any questions for... Thank you, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Just let me find my notes here, Jake, GM Jake. Thank you for the report. There's 2 attachments here for the dam safety project for the dashboards, one for 2024, one for December 2024, one for January 2025. The December 24 one says that the local spend was 10.41%. And then I note in January 25, it's gone up to 22.8%. And just let me find the 25 one. It also says there that in a little square underneath the circle, it says there that the total is 51%. So I'm assuming that's for the total project to date. And the other figure was in the blue up the top there is 22.88.
Yes, so there was some amendments made between January and December, January, and that the information we were obtaining from the Alliance was improved. So we've implemented some KRA and KPI reporting, and as a result of that, there was clarity then provided by the Alliance on exactly what was and was not local spend, and that information had flowed through. So that's what we call the 51% is the direct costs incurred by the Alliance. So they're the costs that the Alliance has spent on direct construction activities. It doesn't extend to overheads and management fees and design and those sort of components, because as Council I'm sure is aware, both our Alliance partners, Seymour White and SMEC, are not local contractors. They're based in Brisbane. So it's as part of the Alliance framework, we have a structure which looks to report those direct costs. So those costs that are incurred by the project that directly result in outcomes to the project, making sure that we are striving for greater than 65% local content in that space.
Thanks, that was my next question. And may I have another question, please, Chair? Jake, just let me bring my notes up here. I don't know if this is a question for yourself or it needs to come under Corporate Services Group General Manager Anne-Marie. But I just note we've received correspondence recently from the Dam Safety Regulator. And the notification was that we've notified the regulator that the completion of the dam will be pushed out. Possibly some 14 months, but that is not set in concrete. This is an extension of time. Can you advise, what are the monthly project management team fees and the costs? And with the extension of the project, what are the impacts of these project costs and the cash flow impacts? This may then go to General Manager Anne-Marie, is with those changes, and we've now pushed the dam safety project out, does that mean that we can then bring other projects forward? For example, the civic building, which is so important for connectivity and recruitment and retention, and we've been looking at this since 2002. So by pushing that out, does that allow us to bring forward other projects that desperately need looking at in our region?
Okay, so what we might do, Councillor Taylor, is some of that Jake's perfectly positioned to answer. Dam safety regulator correspondence and the monthly costs of the extension. And then perhaps when General Manager Anne-Marie comes up, and that gives you a little bit of time as well to turn your mind to that question about if it's not going to be done by October, does that mean some of those other projects that we've had to delay can be brought forward? Is that fair, Councillor Taylor?
Absolutely,
Okay,
thank
great,
you.
thanks. General Manager Jake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll certainly do my best to answer the first part of those questions, Councillor Taylor. In reference to the correspondence from the Dam Safety Regulator, the dam project, and rightly so, the regulator is keeping a close eye on our progress. And as part of our requirements for any works on a dam, you are required to notify at the 1st of October every year your progress on those works. At the 1st of October last year, we notified the Dam Safety Regulator that we had made progress, but perhaps hadn't made progress in line with what we had expected when we entered the project, and that was predominantly due to the very complex nature of the design. We're essentially working to resolve a number of issues with a highly complex project, and as I've mentioned in this chamber before, the need to hasten slowly to ensure that we're addressing a whole bunch of risks associated with critical infrastructure is vitally important. Now, the Dam Safety Regulators come back to us based on that on our notification of progress on our project, and indicated that acknowledging that our submission was compliant, he also acknowledged that the project has made significant progress. So I think that's as best as you can expect from a regulator around how you're progressing with a project. But what was key in that correspondence was that the regulator was very interested, not necessarily in our targeted completion date, but the time at which we were to commence construction. So in October of last year, we had indicated that we were potentially looking to commence construction in March of this year, noting that we are currently in the 18th of February. I'm very confident that we won't be commencing construction in March of this year, and in fact it's likely that we're now targeting a July commencement date for construction. Now the Dam Safety Regulator has indicated to us that as soon as we become aware that that date is not correct, that we need to notify him, and we'll be doing such via formal correspondence, more than likely by the end of this week, if not early next week, to make sure that we're keeping him up to date. The other component that the Dam Safety Regulator also had is introducing a second requirement for more frequent reporting. So he's very conscious about the progress we are making. There was no indication of any adverse action to be taken by the regulator against council as a result of the project, but he was certainly very forthright in ensuring that we're continuing to keep him updated on our progress, because this project still remains in his mind, in conversations I've had with him, as a very important project to reduce the risk associated with our dam. So I guess from a perspective, as I foreshadowed, not just last month but the month prior, that we were likely to get an indication that the Dam Safety Regulator was happy with our progress, but that we needed to continue to make progress. And that's the most important thing, councillors, that this is a complex project. There has been many instances where perhaps projects have proceeded with haste in this space that perhaps have found out some years later that perhaps maybe slowing down to make sure things were absolutely correct was in fact the best option for the community. This is big infrastructure, this is critical infrastructure. It's critical that we get it right and that we don't necessarily come back after we finish the project to work out that we've perhaps missed something or forgotten something or didn't get into detail about something. Now, the second part of your question around costs and project overhead costs. As a result of the project taking the amount of time, there's two components. There's the project management overheads is what you would call, which is the works that are people who are managing the project but may not necessarily be directly relating to the output, and those costs are around the $200,000 to $300,000 a month. So that's council's internal project managers, that's Seymour White's project managers, that's design managers, those sort of people that are there running the effort. But that in mind, we're spending roughly between $900,000 and $1 million a month in design effort. So that's actually designers running calculations, producing reports, reviewing components of detailed work, including impacts on climate change, how our dam impacts not just with Crestbrook by itself, but also consideration for perseverance and subsequent downstream storages, which is Wivenhoe. So there's some considerable amounts of complex engineering that needs to go into that, making sure that we're addressing those matters in a fulsome way to ensure that council can demonstrate to the regulator that our solution for Crestbrook is as low as reasonably practicable, which is the solution that we're attempting to demonstrate and ensure that it complies with the latest dam safety requirements and guidelines. What does that mean to cash flow and the overall project budget? We are continuing to forecast and manage the budget through risk and using risk as a primary driver for how we manage budget. Council will be well and truly aware that our project has a $266.2 million budget. Despite the delays that we have seen through the design process as a result of the extra work that was otherwise not anticipated when the project was tendered, the project budget has not increased. So we have significant risk provisions as part of that project, and council's aware of the costs evolving in a stack, being that there's a contract cost, there's then council's costs, and there's a risk and contingency component. And at the moment, these extra costs that we're incurring are falling within council's allocated risk and contingency amount. So while the project is experiencing some additional time, at this stage the budget has not required or is not proposed to be increased. Because we have that contingency amount. So what we are doing is intending on drawing upon that contingency.
Please,
follow up. Thank you, Jake. And I understand that risk component, absolutely. But when we set a budget for that risk and contingency, it wasn't foreseen from what I've read and heard and seen. There was not that, we didn't foresee a possible 14-month delay. So to me, that's extra $1.3 million, and I shudder when I say that figure, per month. So therefore, to me, that's an extra $1.3 million per month for a possible extension of 14 months. So if that risk and contingency was set aside for ABC and now we're throwing in an extra 1.3 upwards to a 1.3 million for 14 months, is there enough in that contingency for that?
Thank you, Councillor. And in response to your question, there was an allocation of risk put aside as part of that contingency for delays during the design process, just as much as there's a contingency put aside for potential delays that might occur during the the construction component of the works. The way we manage risk in this project is using a risk framework. So we go through each of those potential items, the risks that could incur, one being delays, another being adverse geotechnical items, another being construction delays, the ability to attract and retain staff, those common risks that are escalations. We've just seen an announcement by the Reserve Bank around interest rates, but there's escalations associated with materials. So all of those risks were included in the risk model. It is not appropriate to do two things with risk. One is to not allocate any money associated to risk. The other is to allocate all the money that you could possibly propose that could occur for all substantial risks to actually materialise. Because in any project, some risks will, some risks won't. So we manage it through what we call an at-risk. It's a piece of software that helps us use a stoichiometric values to predict what is the most likely, or where 90% of all risks costs are likely to eventuate, and that is where we have indicated the risk profile for this project, and that was the decision that was made by Council when assigning the project budget at the 266.2 million that's currently there. So in summary to your question, Councillor, is there a risk allocation for these extra costs or extra time? Yes. Is it sufficient? I guess my comment to that would be is we are working very hard to try and mitigate and move through the design process as quickly as we can, noting the complexities. But there's also other risks that we had anticipated that may have eventuated that have not through this design process. So it is a little bit of a give and take to manage the project budget holistically rather than as a risk item by risk item.
Thanks, Jake. You know, when we're operating under the financial parameters that we currently are, it's not like we've got money flowing from the skies. You know, I appreciate that we have to hasten slowly on such a project and we have to mitigate risk, but we also have to be very fiscally responsible. So hence my question around project management costs and to balance that with the risk and under the financial parameters. So thank you.
Only one final comment to that is those overhead costs, councillors. The Alliance contracting methodology that we're using allows us to do things like reallocate resources within parent companies. So whilst we were anticipating to be in construction at this point in time, our partners, in particular Seymour White, our construction partners, are reallocating some of those construction resources that we had anticipated to require through this process, have been reallocated to other projects within Seymour White's portfolio. So whilst I absolutely understand, and I'm not the general manager of the dam safety project. I'm the water and waste portfolio general manager, and I meet with my colleagues regularly, and we're all at the executive level conscious of the cost pressures this project is putting on our organisation. We are trying to take as many reasonable steps as we can to mitigate against costs that otherwise don't need to be incurred by this project.
Thanks, General Manager Jake and Councillor Melissa. Councillor McMahon, please.
Thank you, Chair. And to that point, Jake, acknowledging your comments that the overall price has not changed, correct? Yeah.
There has been no need to modify the entire project budget at this stage. It is still sitting within the 266.2 million that we have forecast.
Thanks for that, and apologies, I quoted it incorrectly, referring to the Mayor's report as 266.6. Perhaps you already applied the interest rate you got 20 minutes ago. Question, attachment 4 says 70%, right? And that's gone to the community and everyone knows it, and that's our dam level. Attachment 3 is the January one, and we're sitting at 85.5, 86.1. Now, we've got to get that down to 70 for your perhaps July extended start. So 16% natural fall by July isn't unachievable. On my end of town, where we haven't really had too much decent rain for, a month almost, everyone is, tanks are starting to dry, and I'm getting calls, do we still have that split day thing, Tim? And I said, no, it's all gone. But is there any education piece saying, seriously, use what you want? And I know we have to talk about Mount Kynock's capacity to treat more water, but the actual cost of water that we're charging our residents, is there any way of, and we have had this conversation, but I want to bring it up again, any ideas on minimising that it sounds like a dirty word in Toowoomba, to encourage higher use to help us out?
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I would very much caution the term of use what you want. As all councillors are aware, we're only the next day away from the start of the next drought. The consideration we have is that we're trying to, and the conversation that's previously been had, is we are trying to preference the extraction of water out of Crestbrook. The physical infrastructure that exists between Crestbrook and Mount Kynock is only capable of moving roughly 48 megalitres per day. And you are right, Councillor Tim, some areas of our fine region have not necessarily experienced the amount of rain as others, but I would say to councillors that demand is up. So we are seeing increases in demand. We are exceeding at certain times and certain days that 50 megalitre per day production out of Mount Kynock. So that means that we're drawing water from other sources, albeit Kubi Dam or a greater focus on our aquifers. So while we're trying to preference Crestbrook, and at the moment, as councillors are aware, it did rain, Perseverance did spill. We transitioned and moved away from pumping out of Crestbrook to try and stop water from Perseverance falling into Crestbrook Dam, and we're about to transition back to pumping out of Crestbrook as soon as the end of this month, which should start to see us reduce our dam level. We're also working with our alliance partners on making sure that we are two things. One is we are not at 70% a day earlier than we need to be, or that we're not at 70% a week later than we need to be. So we're working very closely with them to try and if anybody does have a good crystal ball, one that works, please let me know. It would be much appreciated, but we are very much trying to work to understand what that means. And yes, at the moment we have not needed to manage the dam level through riparian releases. So we haven't yet released water out of Crestbrook Dam, but that is certainly one of the considerations that we will need to take forwards, noting Councillor Taylor's earlier comments around the cost implications of extending this project longer than necessary.
Thanks for that. Great answer. And I suppose it just helps for the questions of my phone ringing going, don't you guys have to drain it? Can't I use more? The truth is the outgoing pipe from Crestbrook is at capacity, so please continue to watch every drop. Can I have a few more, Chair, on different issues but same report?
Please. Yep.
Just going to bring it back up again. In the wastewater operations, there was a water treatment non-compliance in Clifton for biochemical oxygen demand maximum exceedance. I have not seen that one before. Could you explain that one to me?
So we have a wastewater treatment plant at Clifton. It discharges, for the last 12 months we've been lucky enough to use some irrigation systems to irrigate a parcel of land that council owns. Due to the higher amount of rain that we've experienced, we had to discharge from the Clifton wastewater treatment plant into the creek, and as a result of our environmental licence, we're required to meet certain requirements, and one of those is they call biological oxygen demand, and we've exceeded that parameter. So as part of our process, we would report that to the department. Fortunately, the name escapes me right now. It's recently been changed. I think it used to be the Department of Environment, Tourism, Innovation and Science.
Yeah, sure. So what is that? What is a biomechanical oxygen demand?
The biochemical oxygen demand is BOD. So what that is that indicates the organisms and their ability to pull oxygen out of the water. So there's dissolved oxygen within all water. If we are discharging water with quite a high biological oxygen demand, that implies that there are a lot of organisms in there that are using that oxygen and it's not necessarily available for the receiving environment to then utilise as part of its normal processes. Now, understanding when we were discharging that water, the creek wasn't exactly dry, so there was a lot of water already in the creek, and so it's just as part of our licence requirements. We have these. We sample. When we exceed, we report, and we work with the department on what the outcome is.
Thanks very much. May I have one more, Chair? Just around Jake, Crestbrook Dam aside, right? This council is still the infrastructure provider for massive growth fronts of new houses that require water pipes. And we've spoken about the demands on the trunk infrastructure that Toowoomba region is going to need in regards to just your portfolio, water and wastewater, within the next 10 years. And I note our sustainability ratios, meaning we need to renew rather than create new. So, and I know we're set to be briefed on budgets tomorrow. I'm just wondering, how are your conversations going with meeting the demand and some of the numbers that you've proposed to this room of the trunk infrastructure that we need over the next decade are astounding. So how are those conversations going ready for next year's budget?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Tim. Another fantastic question this afternoon. In honesty, these conversations are not easy conversations to have. There's a balance across the entire organisation. I guess we find ourselves in a situation at the moment within water and waste where my predecessors did a fantastic job of making sure that they got the best out of the infrastructure, and a lot of people that may have been around this chamber prior, just prior around the millennial drought, there was our water treatment plant at Mount Conock was getting close to capacity in 2000, and we had a drought, and our community responded fantastically. We went from somewhere in the vicinity of 250, 230 odd litres per person per day down to sort of the 110s that we saw. And then after the drought broke, our community was so well educated and so on board with water conservation measures that our demand did not return back to those pre-drought levels. And what that's enabled us to do is to basically extend the life of our infrastructure for a lot longer, extend the capacity. But we're now at that point where if the growth that is predicted to occur within this region, as what the state is suggesting, that a lot of our infrastructure is at capacity, which means there needs to be significant investment or the potential for significant investment. What we are going to do and what we are doing is using initiatives like smart water meters, and I know a lot of people have various views in our community around smart water meters. But what it enables us to do is to make sure that we are sizing future infrastructure exactly for what we need when we need it. We're not investing in infrastructure any earlier than we need to invest in it, but we're also not oversizing that infrastructure. A lot of water is based on peak, and we talk about now being a nice hot day. There's a bit of cloud cover at the moment, but it's certainly nice and warm over the weekend. People get their sprinklers out to keep their grass nice and green. We have to design an infrastructure network to support those peak demands. Smart meters will enable us to work and identify where we can make further modifications in behaviour, work with our community, work with our high water users to, again, maximise the utilisation of the network that we already have, which should hopefully defer the need for more significant infrastructure expense. Will the infrastructure be required? Absolutely. It's just about time and making sure that we're investing what we need when we need it and not investing it a day or two earlier than what we absolutely need.
Thanks, General Manager Jake. Anything further, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, just a quick one. Well, first of all, is it fair to say that the delay with the Crestbrook issue, there's a silver lining in the sense that we got more time to release water down to that 70% mark? Is that a logical deduction?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. It would absolutely be a logical deduction, except it's rained and rained a lot, and the dam levels have gone in the wrong direction. So what it has enabled us to do is to continue to not release earlier. So we've taken the decision not to release out of Crestbrook and just prioritise pumping as we had prior to the rain events. Post the rain event, or post the colloquial wet season, not that we have a wet season this far south, but the colloquial wet season we'll look at the end, once sort of middle of March towards the end of April, end of March, early April, and then make a decision around whether or not there are, depending on how the design continues to progress. As I said earlier, we don't want to be at 70% a day earlier than we need to be. We also don't want to be there a week later.
Thank you. My real question, though, is in relation to new energy generation project. You referred to the did a variation assigned in November last year, and that the proponent has advised they are progressing development of technical elements of their submission. Can you, for the benefit of those listening, tell us what stage it's at and what we might be able to anticipate will happen in the next coming months?
Thank you, Councillor Shine, through you, Madam Chair. The project is, the technical elements are still being continued. As Council is aware, there was a list of requirements which needed to be satisfied for the proponent to progress past its current stage, which is stage 3. But as Council was aware, the decision that was made required some additional information to come back to Council, be provided to officers by March, with a report to come back to Council as soon as practically after that, but I believe it's sort of June is what we're anticipating. Again, I believe there's been some quite complex negotiations that rightly so don't involve Council, that involve proponent, and certainly one of the potential buyers has made a public statement around its interest to acquire the project rights, but I believe that's only one of the parties that might be looking to potentially acquire, and I believe there's been some developments, or maybe a better word is there's been some work being done on that side of the table around what that entity would look like, which is, I guess, part of the main component of what Council's looking for from information from BE Power is, well, if there is a potential change of ownership, please tell us what that looks like, and tell us before March, and also tell us how you plan to appropriately use the time that Council's giving you for an extension to demonstrate that you're likely to be able to submit a fulsome report on addressing all of the technical issues that Council has by the revised due date. And so we're just waiting to see what that looks like. We know the team has been out doing some drone surveys. They've requested access to complete some additional due diligence on sites, and these are quite complex projects. I know the state government has certainly been working very hard on assessing the viability of some of their larger pumped hydros, and perhaps a shift to more medium-sized pumped hydros is where the state may be heading. But there is significant amounts of due diligence that need to be done by potential prospective buyers to understand the validity of whatever they're proposing as far as the commercial nature of that acquisition.
Thanks. Anything further, Councillor Shine? No. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, General Manager Jake, can I just ask back onto Councillor Melissa's original question with regard to the dam safety regulator? And I think you were saying that in our correspondence, we keep in really close contact with him, and he's happy with our progress, noting that we've made significant progress, but wants us to continue to make progress. And I think the word that you used was that there was no adverse outcomes, or something along that you said for us. And at one point, we had been told that if we don't have it done by October of this year, that we would incur the potential of financial penalties. So is it the case then that this is actually telling us that those financial penalties don't seem to be on the table. There is no adverse income for us as a result of the rain that we've received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, I guess what is not said is that, and I'll say that's what's not said, is that there's no mention of the dam safety regulator looking to take enforcement action, which is essentially what we talk about when we talk about fines in those sort of instances. So if council is not following a law, the state government or the regulator would impose and is right to impose penalties, and those are predominantly through a financial means, so a fine or an improvement notice or those sort of bits and pieces. So there was no mention of that in any part of the correspondence at all. And as I said earlier, in fact, the initial comments made by the dam safety regulator seem to indicate that that he acknowledges that we have made significant progress towards within our project, which is, as I said, is probably as favourable as you're going to get from a regulator who is very closely monitoring our project. So at no time has Mr. Nielsen indicated to me or any member of my team that he is unhappy or considering the use of his powers in relation to putting forwards improvement notices or in fact issuing penalties of any nature at this stage.
Very good. All right, if that is the end of the questions for Water and Waste Services, there is a motion that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Shine and Councillor Gardner as a seconder. All those in favour? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks very much, General Manager Jake. Okay, we move on to item 17.3, Infrastructure Services Group Report, and General Manager Mike is coming up to the front here. Good afternoon again, General Manager Mike. I'll hand over to you if you did want to say anything, otherwise we'll take the report as read.
Good afternoon, councillors. The group report for Infrastructure Service Group for January 2025 has been tabled. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks. Questions, Councillor? Councillor Manteifel.
Mike, through you, Chair. When you're assessing lower order roads for development or resealing or whatever it is, do you take into account the number of residents along the road? Like if one road's got 12 residents compared to maybe one road's got one residence, to put them up the order a bit, or doesn't that come into the equation?
It did. Just for councils, just to remind council, the lower order road program that we're doing is the program council's resolved to do through resolution, and as part of the process to getting to that, what you sort of has described there was part of that consideration.
Nothing further? Okay, thank you. Any other questions around the table from councillors? Doesn't appear so. Okay, thanks very much, General Manager Mike. We've got a motion, councillors, that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Taylor as a mover, seconded by Councillor Manteifel. Councillor Carol Taylor. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. Item 17.4, the Environment and Community Services Report. And we've got Acting General Manager Paul Reynolds coming up. Thank you, Paul. Did you want to introduce the report, Paul? Thanks.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, councillors. You've got the group report for the Environment and Community Services in front of you. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? If not, I think we've got a mover in Councillor O'Shea that the Environment and Group Services Group report be received. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McMahon. Oh, sorry, Councillor. You do have a question. Sorry, please just please no, Councillor Taylor, you have a question.
Just on the conservation pest management, Chilean needlegrass. It says here that we feel we're getting on top of it. I actually have to say that it only comes out in a good season, and it can sit under the ground for ages. They didn't know it was at Clifton Showground for probably 25 years, but it was there. So it's actually a very difficult weed to get on top of, and it doesn't show up so much in the drier season. The other thing that's happened is that even with property owners slashing along the side of the road, they often slash it and spread the seed around. It actually has seeds in the top and seeds in the bottom, and it grows from both. So if you cut it off, then it's still got seeds down the bottom that spread and grow as well. It's a very insidious weed. So I just, probably like us to keep a really good eye on that, more around in the Clifton area, between Nobby and Greenmount on the road reserve. And it came into Clifton Showgrounds, they believe, some 25 plus years ago in some hay, so with polo horses. So we'll be lucky to ever get on top of it, I think. I don't know that we know too much about it, but that I do know that because it was in my area. So it's really, really difficult to, number one, spot. And if you've got high grass, it's very hard to see it. And then when it's slashed, it'll spread with the grass it's got 2 lots of seeds. So just a warning there, I guess, to keep an eye out for that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Okay, so we do have a mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor McMahon, that the Environment and Community Services Group report be received. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much, Acting Manager Paul. Item 17.5, we've got General Manager Anne-Marie coming up. Thank you, Anne-Marie. It is the Corporate Services Group report. And true to my word, we had Councillor Melissa Taylor ask a question during the Water and Waste Services Group report about what happens if there is that push out in the timeline for the Cresbrook Safety Improvement Project. What happens potentially to those other projects that have been delayed? If you wouldn't mind, straight off the bat. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. So a couple of points, and thank you for giving me a chance to put my thoughts together. So we do have a council decision around the civic building. So the cost-benefit analysis clearly demonstrates that to continue to repair an old building is not sustainable, that we should be building, we should build. Notwithstanding the cost-benefit side of it, but to have a connected, engaged workforce, they should be co-located. And I think most of you know how spread out across the CBD our current workforce is. So that's just one part. The other part, most definitely with Cresbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project being pushed out a bit, it does present an opportunity. Now we have an investment review team whose role it is to prioritise our capital works programme. So before you leave here this afternoon, you'll have the first draft of next year's capital works programme. What we look at are risks and opportunities. We will always prioritise growth infrastructure, and we've clearly identified what growth infrastructure is in our proposed capital works programme. But we will look at those opportunities as well. On a regular basis, the finance team work with QTC, ensuring that maximum capacity, that we are using that maximum capacity to deliver capital works. So we've had that benchmark around that 200 million for a number of years, but we know every time we come under, and we come under budget on a regular basis, that provides an opportunity in future years. So all of that will be brought to councillors in the coming weeks, looking at what opportunities are being presented to us as a result of the programme going out. We spoke earlier today about prioritising our renewals programme. So every new or upgrade programme, we really have to look at the impact on depreciation and costs going forward. So it's not just as simple as saying, Crestbrook's going out, let's put something else in. It's what we put in and what the benefits are of what gets reprioritised in the overall capital works.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Not holding us back. It's a very genuine question. Afternoon, Anne-Marie. We have $45 million of undecided grants, and I assume they're in someone's system. Just wanting to know, is there anything that you and your team put in place to help us be more successful in them, noting that they haven't made a decision? My second part of that question, there's often a co-contribution associated with grants. My reading of this is that for the 45 mil undecided, there's a 5.558 contribution, which is good value for money. But when it comes back for a co-contribution, is that something that you budget for or you got to find for? So getting them across the line and co-contributions, love your thoughts.
So there's a couple of responses there. First of all, the unsuccessful grants, it's usually because there's a limited pool of funds available and like us, works get prioritised. But I'm happy to, going forward, as you know, we're enhancing this reporting, that where we are unsuccessful to try and provide some information to council on the reasons why we were unsuccessful. But usually the letters I've seen where we have been advised we're unsuccessful, it's because there were just too big a demand for a small pool of funds. With regards to the co-contribution, so number one, when we apply, so what we're saying, Capital Works programme again, if you from an operational area of council, if you're bidding for a capital allocation, we want to ensure that we can afford to do it, that you have the capacity for design, delivery, acquittal as constructed, right through to creating the asset around that capital works. And that includes applying for grant funding. So the programme must already be there to get the grant funding. And if we get grant funding, whether it's co-contribution or 100%, that's a benefit. We know over the previous number of years that we haven't seen a great deal of growth in capital grant funding. But what we are doing, obviously, is measuring it across the organisation for the first time, over 12 months now, bringing that together for your review.
So you're only applying for grants when it's already in the capital budget. We often go, there's a grant out here, but the co-contribution isn't in the capital budget. But acknowledging your work in that department and the $80 million that we've requested for ISG road upgrades and the like. So thank you for the answer.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Shine and then Councillor Taylor. Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Just on those grants issue, I noticed that looking at the figures, there's probably around about less than 3% have been unsuccessful, which is pretty good going.
I think that's an exceptional
I would have thought. Most of it comes from the federal government and or federal and state governments. Would it be possible to supply to us a breakdown of those grants in the future?
Yes, happy to enhance that reporting. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your report, Anne-Marie. You may want to take this on notice, so my apologies for not getting it to you earlier. There's been a bit on. We heard earlier that there's a councillor information session coming, I think, end of this month, concerning the funding agreement with TSB. 2 questions, if I may. Are all agreements with our controlled entities up to date, or do we have any outstanding? And my second question is, how often is an external review completed on the corporate governance of our owned entities, and when was the last one? Thank you.
I will have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Taylor, and thanks, Anne-Marie. Any further questions for the General Manager? Nope. Okay, with that then, we have a motion that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McMahon, and a seconder in Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? Thank you. That is carried. And thank you, Mayor. And thanks very much, Anne-Marie. So that brings us to the conclusion of the meeting at 3:09 p.m. Thanks very much, everybody, for your attendance and today. Thanks very much for working with me and your patience. Thank you, Mayor, for being online the whole day. That's a trooper effort because it's really difficult. So thank you. And then just a very final thank you to Acting CEO Nick Hauser. Thank you sincerely for your work over the past couple of months, Nick, and it is really well received and very much appreciated, so thank you.
Thank you.